episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
Good morning, everyone. I wonder if you can all hear me. If you can hear me, just let me know. I think I'm in the studio. It's a packed courtroom today. I look in and I saw 25 people I know in the studio. It's how small Tallahassee is. Today's the first day I put long pants on. I feel like John Fetterman. I was getting used to shorts. But you have to go to a doctor's appointment. So what do we expect to hear today? I think we expect to hear a very detailed, very prepared, a very direct, that's going to be question answer. It's going to look like it's rehearsed, although they're going to try to make it look like it's not. He's going to set June 18th as a date that he was extorted. They came to his home. And he was so fearful. And I think he'll try to explain everything on Dulce Vitae. I think that's going to be his Bible. I don't know if Georgia will have any Perry Mason got you moments, but I think what she can do is make a few points. And then in closing, she'll compare his conversations and actions with Magbanua that on the recordings and compare that to what he says on the stand. And I don't know if anybody saw my article in the Democrat today, and a lot of it goes to, who talks in code. You got CIA operatives, agents talking code. You got drug dealers talking code, and criminals talking code, co-conspirators talking code. And there's a reason you talk in code, but you don't talk in code if you're the victim of a extortion and your blackmailer is extorting you or scaring your family. You don't talk in code. So while I think this defense is creative, I think in the long run, the jury's not going to buy it. I think he was forced into this kind of defense because he had to explain the money coming from his house, because he had an ex-girlfriend basically saying that stapled money, he did that. So he had to explain the stapled money. And with this story, he's going about to put it all weaves together. But while it weaves together on the witness stand 9 years later, it doesn't comport with his actions, conversations with his mother, secret meetings with Magbanua. And I think that's where the state's going to win the case. I think Rajbaum's doing a good job. Listen, he's there by himself. He has a co-counsel. She did one witness. So in effect, he's the one, he's doing everything. And that's not easy to do. Good morning, CBO in Norway. It's cold here. I can't imagine how cold it is in Norway. I think it was 42 this morning. But I'm sure it's much colder in Norway. It's really full. It will be full. The only time I think it will be fuller is going to be on closing arguments. I think closing will be packed. And then the actual verdict, I think the courtroom will be packed. So a quick point, while direct examination is going on, whoever does the objections will be doing the cross. And I'm guessing, and I may be wrong, because it looks like Georgia's got a big stack on her left side. I was thinking maybe Sarah was going to do the cross-examination. But Dan's got his power yellow tie on. So if anybody doesn't know, yellow, it exudes out, it begs for attention, and that's what he is wearing today. And I'm sure it's no accident that you wear a certain suit and tie when you know you're going to be it. You're going to be the show today. He may be on the whole day. We may not even get cross-examination today. So Dan has been rehearsed. He knows what he's doing. He's got his questions. He's hoping he knows the answers he's going to get. But then the game, the real game starts on cross-examination. So that's what to look for. I'm sure we're going to get comments when you hear the testimony, and they're going to be negative towards the truth of what he's saying. But just let him run its course, you know. It's kind of like a rib injury. You know, you got to let it go. It'll heal itself, even though you want it to go away. But that's what I expect this morning. People say, do you let your clients go and talk to the police? And what I've found in 38 years is that you really never talk yourself out of an arrest. You usually only talk yourself into a conviction. Now, there are exceptions, and I've actually had people I've gone down and let them speak to my client, and those worked out well. But for the most part, I would not let your client, if he's under investigation, speak to the police without a lawyer being present. Because we all are entitled to a lawyer, and we all could use legal counsel one time in our lives. Is it a family law matter? Is it a bankruptcy? Is it a civil suit? And we all should have take the advice of a trained lawyer. People are nervous. Nobody's more nervous than the guy on the right in the front row who's really nervous, because it's not so much what he says, how he comes across, and has he been trained, okay? Has he been trained to get the question, look to the jury, and give the answer? If he does that, then you know he's really been trained. Because most people, when someone asks a question, would look at the person asking the question. But in reality, what you want him to try to build a rapport with the jury. And that's his goal, is to try to get one of those jurors to believe him. So he should look at the jury, try to get eye contact. He'll try to find one or two that he thinks are favorable, and he'll continue to look at them while he's giving his answers. Now, if he does that, then we know this is a really polished routine. The only problem with is he's been in jail. And so it's not like he's been able to practice in a setting in a like a courtroom, like a mock trial. So sitting in that chair is a lot different as a witness and certainly as a defendant fighting for your life. So we'll see. And if you got questions, please get them across. I'll do the best I can. I have to leave at 9:30 to go get an x-ray, and I will be back. So they're doing an x-ray because the rib injury was a little more significant, and they just want to make sure my lungs are okay. So I will be back probably 11:30 or 12, and I will be with you the rest of the day if the STS Nation wants me. But while we're waiting, I'm willing to answer any of your questions. I'm getting better every day. I do feel better, and I feel a little stronger every day. It's the shoulder that also bothers me, and I have to force myself to keep moving it. But when I move it, it hurts my ribs. So, but I gotta keep moving my shoulder. So maybe sometimes I'll be stretching it just to move it. Sometimes you can tell by the appearance of what the prosecutors and lawyers, you can tell who's doing what. Looks like Sarah has a nice suit on today. And these are just the things being bored here I look at and surmise.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
Good morning. Everyone can be seated.
The judge will love today. He loves the action. The defendant on the stand.
Seeing that
Really
the gallery has
open
grown by leaps and
cross-examination.
bounds, we probably should go over this before we get started this morning. If you have a cell phone or electronic device, please silence it or turn it off now. Also, no one is to engage in any behaviors that will distract the jury. Concerning the testimony, do not shake your head in agreement or disagreement, or in other ways distract the jury from what their job is. Mr. Rauschbaum, does your client still intend to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Adelson, please rise.
He'll do an inquiry to make sure
Raise
it's
your
his
right hand
own
once again,
choice.
sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you understand, I'm not going to go through the full colloquy on this once again, but you understand that you have the right to testify or the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
After consultation with your attorneys, is it still your decision to testify today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to clarify concerning your legal rights or any other matter with counsel before the jurors are brought in?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for the court concerning your rights as it relates to testifying or not?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rauschbaum, after your client testifies, will there be any other witnesses for the
No.
defense today? Obviously pending the other examination.
He doesn't want to answer.
Okay.
He's equivocating just in
Jurors
case.
are ready. Bring them in.
The reason they do this colloquy with the defendant is so that 5 years from now, the defendant doesn't say, I didn't want to testify. My lawyer forced me to. My lawyer was ineffective, and I would not have been convicted but for him forcing me to take the stand. They do this now to get that out of the way. Charlie cannot take the Fifth Amendment on the stand. He has to answer questions. The questions on cross-examination are completely open whenever a defendant testifies. They're not limited by direct examination, and they can use everything at their disposal for impeachment unless something was kept out on a motion in limine. So he's setting himself up for a long and drooling grilling by the state. He's nervous. He's hoping that he can remember his lines. I'm just kidding. I I'm sure he's gone over his testimony. He's probably went over it last night. He's got his tie is still a little crooked. But he's a lot taller. Joel was saying last night that he's a very tall guy. And I didn't know if he was tall because Dan's not a tall guy. But even Joel said he's very tall. Will Charlie go in hard? You could bet $1 or $20. Whoever cross-examined him is going to go in hard. You have to go in hard because you're the state, and you've said this man committed first-degree murder. He was behind the murder. He was the bankroll. You have to show indignation, and you have to cross-examine him. You got to do it professionally, though. You can't scream, and sometimes the most effective cross-examination is not screaming, but just backing him into a corner where he can't answer. She should stand and make sure she stands in the way so he can't look at his lawyer, because a lot of times they'll try to look at their lawyer. And if they do it enough, I've actually said that, well, Mr., do you need to speak to your lawyer? Of course, you get an objection, but it's out there. The jury knows then. So this is what everybody's been waiting for. This is what Dan's been waiting for. And this is certainly what Charlie's been waiting for. And I think it's what we're waiting for. What a fair question. No, I don't think that they'll ask why the family's not there. They won't ask her that. Stop her. Yeah.
Morning, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated.
Yeah. I'm not sure George is going to do the cross. So I'm curious to see who's going to do the cross-examination, Sarah or
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Now the jurors are probably sitting on the edge of their seats now. They've been waiting for this. This is what they want to hear. And they're as excited as everybody
Raise your
else.
right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanua to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
She could object. These are all leading questions, but she's going to let it
Before
go.
we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, how do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I would say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Terravilla High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to
He's
work
trying to
really
show
hard
them that he's
get
one of
good
them.
grades, and
He's not a
I
rich
really
guy.
didn't get good grades until I
I'm
went
just
to
one of
college.
you.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school. And then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house. So they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I traveled from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that had worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor MARKEL was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house that I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that.
And then house is where?
On Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
No mention of his
I
Ferrari.
never turned any work down. So I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd just usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I was just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20% and 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
And sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go.
Way too busy to commit a murder. Way too
for
busy.
the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I worked for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic. Sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school and college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to.
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought, since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant. Since
I think you'll mention Katie Magbanua as an employee
2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. But I didn't like the idea of it being sold. So I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
I like it probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, there was.
Did you have a real estate business or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
Okay. And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006.
Always got a fancy
Right.
house on the water that it can
And
spend.
how would you be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Are there
IRS.
other ways that you
needs
would
to talk to
accumulate
you.
cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
When you I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple of years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
So he's so rehearsed. He knows how much he made back in 2004.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Amazing.
In the time frame of 2013, 14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013, 2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first, I, worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night is when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son,
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
So this is all fluff and personalization,
Now,
trying to build a rapport with the jury.
was
None
there
of it
any
was
particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was. Really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to
including
this later,
hiring
but
hitmen.
how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up. How
often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. He kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them, but that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. We texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama, I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple of days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What
They've
did you
probably
learn?
gone over this testimony
I
5 or 6
Took my
times.
sister out to dinner.
So you know.
She had come to town, and we went to the melting pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out, and I guess that's what I was going to say, is like, have you tried to work things out? And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
It looks like Georgia's going to do the
He was
cross.
very
She's
attentive
writing
to
down
him.
notes. So Georgia will be doing the cross examination.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have the kids are better off growing up in 2 separate households where there's positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
Look how big Dan's
How
notebook
did
is.
your mom seem?
So we're going to be here a long time.
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, then my mom would be vented to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids. And my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. And she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995, so I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was
Not
it
a
to
big
your mom?
deal to me. I wouldn't
Yeah.
kill somebody
To
for it.
them, it was very important. They wanted her to come
Clearly
back.
rehearsed.
She had no family in
He
Tallahassee.
turned to the jury and
And
gave that
what
answer.
was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No, I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
This testimony is all
Did you come
expected,
up with any of those ideas?
No.
and
No.
he's going to try to cover every
On
angle
some of those emails,
on stand.
we'll see that you respond, "I like it." Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow.
You notice how he used the term
but I
Danny,
thought that it would really
like
push the buttons,
personalizing
so
like they had a
why
good
not give it a shot?
relationship. So that's
Now-
purposeful. He called him Danny.
I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did
SPS, I'm
you
going to
or
be
your
going
family
back.
ever speak with an
So
attorney
you can
about
fill me
the
in what I
legality
missed.
of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought was made, I thought it was made and thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Katherine Magbanua? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Katherine Magbanua about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Okay. Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts during her divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any. It only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, "What does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place?" And she said, "Actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house." So I said, "All right, fine." I said, "Go to the store up there, and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it." I said, "Buy it, and I'll give you the money."
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she like had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and she I think she was just looking. I think she was happy, happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I'd hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, like, you know, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and it would be, I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, that every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class, and that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Katherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Katherine Magbanua. How did you first meet Katherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same, she actually graduated from UCF also, different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor MARKEL?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at night time.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Katherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 34. Okay. Please take a look at it. Are these text messages between you and Katherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
of mind.
approach. As the hearsay is overruled, you may continue with your examination.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanua in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be defendants exhibits 35, 36, and 37. And I'll give a copy to the governor. might have handed you one as well. The January text is 35. The February text is 36. And the March 24th text, do you have that one?
Yes.
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
That's a different one. There you go. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just put it aside. That's 36. And that's 37. Can you take a look at these items? Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Were they kept, are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. I'm still reviewing them.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Exhibits.
I have, Your Honor. My objection is hearsay.
Attorneys can briefly approach. Ruled as to hearsay, you may continue with your examination.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanua asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Mhm.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Oh, yeah. I say, you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanua in this text message?
I was trying to say, I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Ms. Magbanua texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Aw, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm gonna object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor? Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. And she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Katherine Magbanua?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who's Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I did.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Katherine Magbanua?
No, she went home just to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and a boyfriend sleep over at my house. So it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor MARKEL in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your, give me 1 second. Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him.
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
Because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor MARKEL, or or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take you back to the jury room. We will resume the testimony momentarily. Seated. If the attorneys can approach. 12 minutes until 10:30. Mr. Adelson, if you need to step down and go back to council table, you're permitted to do so.
Back in session, the Honorable Judge Stephen Everett now presiding.
Everyone can be seated. Is Mr. Rauschbaum back?
He stepped out for a moment, Your Honor. He'll be back.
All right. Then let them know we're resuming. All right. I'm prepared to rule on the composite exhibit. As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance, and also on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception 4, I can reconsider that. Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see a state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it, but
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling, but
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing. Oh, I have it. Oh, maybe not. No. What date was it, Rhonda? July 14th? Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my same arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Kabelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will certainly consider those, but as a composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
Just for the record. In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. they're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The
I know-
chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call, okay? They put in every call between these participants on on those particular days, which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages, to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is. There are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of the defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue. Everyone may be seated. The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had an opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life. Just no.
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of 4-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car. So I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car. So I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a 3-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us. And you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." And I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me
Why?
because he got a threatening message on his voicemail. And the guy was saying, something to the effect of, "Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano, don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am," something like that. And then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's their theory.
Now let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's say, roughly about 30.
Did you invite Katherine Magbanua to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Miami at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and then the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Katherine Magbanua?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually my morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss Magbanua the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Katherine Magbanua on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30. And just didn't stop, and we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower. So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend. So from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant. And when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Katherine Magbanua lives, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami? And what did you tell Katherine Magbanua?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working, and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit. Like I felt bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach?
Approach.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
That day, now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work. And I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting a TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time.
About an hour and a half.
Where were you were working at one or two offices that day?
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine. And I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Katherine Magbanua about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there is no difference. And I shouldn't have said it. So I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening. In other words, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
And why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP, what did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in. So I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing and I called her right back.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She told me that Wendy had just called her and that Dan had been shot and that it was serious and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?
And what did your mom tell you?
She said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even
Yeah.
at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Katherine Magbanua on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
Seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Katherine Magbanua had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
Now, did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, like I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. Changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know if I've got some workout equipment in our house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly. And I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does. And she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, just a horrible day. But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, are you okay? She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, just come sit down. I need to talk to you.
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch and she started to talk to me. And she said, listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan MARKEL, and the $1 million offer.
What did you say?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, my friend killed Dan and he wants to be paid $250,000.
How did you react?
I was like, what did you just say? And she's like, my friend killed Dan and he wants you to pay $250,000.
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing it. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And she's like, no. I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, I don't want to say. I can't say. And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, I'm not going to tell you. And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, no, I'm not telling you. And I just walked in my bedroom and sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I'm like, Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane. And she's like, look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you. And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you. So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you or they would also kill other people?
She said, he'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $350,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash is, and I can write a check for $350,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. I'm like, here, take a look. And I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. Because that's not $350,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
$138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000. It was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay can you pay like $3,000 a month? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was all her fault and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I mean, she was upset.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone, and she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened?
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was being the good guy and telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. The same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off. She goes, but the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance.
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax.
Where did you go?
And I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone. And I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing and just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything and about the $1 million offer. And she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in the state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed, and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth, and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house, and we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax. And I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died.
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
Because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
And why didn't you go to the police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Katherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And they're text messages about the weather and pool and going, and Katherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said, "I'm going to the gym." I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay it all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought that may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And then I started carrying my gun on me also.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52, the 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy and I got a whole system set of cameras installed at my house and in my office, and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish? I'm showing you what's marked as actually. Let me show you the original. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
And how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
Says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras. So I just put his name in my phone as camera. So it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute?
Yeah, that's why there's 2 DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. I mean, she looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Before we go into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older, it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house that morning, she's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Let's get back to Wendy.
Okay.
So I think you said Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after, maybe even a hair more, but around about 2 weeks.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to this. Like, I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia. And it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
What happened during the dinner?
She got really sick. When we got to the restaurant, we didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. they served us a drink at the bar. And it was really it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor MARKEL?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had 1 drink.
Now, I want to move on to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you break up with Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night, and I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, "We can't do this anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you."
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was. I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any request of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, "Look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend." She said, "Could you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's going to ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month?" And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she says to you, "I'm getting none of the money at all."
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if $1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business, essentially. Yes. And did you say to her, "Katherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail"?
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now, what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, "I'll do it for you. No problem." I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, "I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month."
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, "Was Katie going to be coming into the office? Is she going to start working for us?" And I said, "No, she's not." And then she's like, "Well, what's Katie going to be doing?" And I go, "Oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things." It's a long story. And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her one time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, That's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he
she
there?
was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, the checks are over there on the counter, like you asked for." And I saw there was a white envelope, and there was a stack of checks sitting there, and she said, "What's Katie doing for you?" And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office, and I'm like, "No, I told you she's not." She's like, "Well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody," and she's like, "What exactly is she doing for you?" And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, "Well, I'm your mom. Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story." So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, "No, we're definitely not dating anymore." She's like, "Well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense."
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody, because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, "Listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please, whatever you do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police, because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you."
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out. She's like, "What do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?"
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, "Absolutely not." I said, "It's not going to bring Dan back. I go, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family."
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
That not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. These people were not messing around.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks
Yes.
that day.
Yes.
And do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
After she gave you those checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid bi-weekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
For the next 20 months, what did you do with regards to money and Katherine Magbanua?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks for to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category. We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Katherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Katherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
Georgia should be objecting right now. This is not
I guess it's me
questions.
trying to keep Katie happy.
Daniel is
I didn't think Katie
testifying.
was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke.
I've
She
seen,
was always.
I've heard
she'd
some of
be
the
hitting me up
testimony.
for $300. I mean, there's no way
can't-
that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or.
I can't help
$24
but
on
think
this,
of this
$24
guy as
on that,
Eddie
or can't pay a
Haskell
car bill.
on Leave It to Beaver.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
George is going to tear him apart.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
She's going to absolutely tear him apart. She's letting him dig his own grave. She's not objecting. She wants to back him in a corner. She's preparing. She's got people in the office preparing. And Daniel's just a little too slick. Everything's coming off too rehearsed.
Showing
It looks like it's an
Defendant's
actor reading lines.
56 and
Hopefully
57
the
for
juror can see
identification
this.
purposes only.
No, he's not done. If you look at that notebook, look how many more inches of notebook is left. He hasn't even gotten to the tapes and to the Dolce Vita. He's going to take all day, I imagine, or till like 3 o'clock.
Do you recognize these text messages?
I do.
One of those text messages from December 2nd, 2014,
Yes, it is.
and is one of them from November 25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text
That's
messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
He does look
Yeah,
like Larry on the
text
Three
message.
Stooges. That's
Judge, I would
hilarious.
move in
He really
these
does.
exhibits at this point in time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted at this time. Defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
Feel free to talk over these people. It's
Messages from December 2nd.
the first thing I was thinking of. It's like the metamorphosis of Charlie. We're going to build a whole new Charlie in this direct. I was shocked when they said Wendy called Katie. Why would Wendy call Katie to say that he had been shot? That's crazy
You
talk.
recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
That old David said, yeah.
Now, as time went on, but let me back up. After the extortion, you break up with her
Yes.
and you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, 1 or 2 times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14,
Charlie
text
testified
messaging, do they dwindle,
Wendy
stay the
called
same, or go
Katie
up?
and Katie called
I
him.
was trying to have limited contact.
Or that's what I heard.
And
Wendy
as
and
time goes
Katie
on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all. And it really would, what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And it, you know, we became friendly again. You know, our relationship was very different, but it was different, but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
Okay. And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other. You're texting each other somewhat. You're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
Now, during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
This
Yeah,
is
one
so
moment, Your Honor.
contrived,
Go ahead.
so rehearsed. Dan's doing the dramatics. Dan's pulling off a nice little show. This is the rabbit in the cage. And he's had over a year and a half to prepare this. He's probably told this story, same story he's hearing, probably 4 times. So it's easy for him to repeat the story. They got an answer for everything. Everything covers everything. But that's just not how reality is. Have you heard him say, I don't know yet? I don't recall? Because he got every answer is already pre-scripted. He knows what he's being said. He gives him his tips. Okay, let's move on to this. That's a tip to him that we know that this is where we're going now. It's all contrived. It's all pre-rehearsed. And it's all meant to
Before we get to the bump.
mislead this jury. Jurors see what's going on.
Yesterday,
They
we
know.
heard a call, which is SX 130.
I'm not in the
Your
courtroom. I'm curious
mom
to
and
see
you
if
are
someone in the
showing your
courtroom
love
can
for
see what the
Wendy's
jury is
boyfriend, who she
saying.
doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was
I'll
your
text
mom
Joel, see what he thinks the jury's doing.
involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she's her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time, so I was just talking to my mom about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful. He used to work for a government agency.
So Joel says that a lot of the jurors are staring in disbelief.
Like he really
That's
loved
Joel's view of the
his-
jurors
really
right
loved my
now.
nephews who don't have a dad anymore.
It's an update.
And
There's no note
even
taking.
on
That's
that call, I
not
was
good for
talking
the
about, like, the
defendant.
6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there. The kid was farting on his head, and he left. And it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. And he actually even met the Markels Dan's parents once with my sister when they were visiting the boys.
See how it's
He
just
was
a
just a great guy,
calm
and it was
storytelling
his birthday. That's why there was so much chatter
conversation
about
between him
me,
and
because I don't think he was
Dan. Just
inviting
talk,
him.
two guys talking in a room
That's why he became a topic of
because
conversation.
it's so
Why
pre-rehearsed.
from April.
And it's
My
done
sister's
probably,
birthday
they've
is in
done
April.
videos,
So
they've double
those are
checked
probably
his
the most
demeanor,
memorable
his
Dave
hand
calls I've ever had in my
gestures,
life, but
look at the
I
jury,
captured a bunch of Dave calls.
smile
By the
once in a
way,
while.
I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may.
Sorry if I was talking over the witness. I was trying to convey some information. I was out. Joel, who's in the audience, says he thinks the jurors are just in disbelief. The courtroom, look at the gallery. They're kind of silent. They're kind of in disbelief. Not unexpected, but not a lot of oohs and ahs. He's probably thinking, okay, you think they're buying this? How am I doing? X-rays were okay. I'm still good. But listening to this, I left the office. I was outside listening in the hallway, and people looking at me funny while I was listening to the trial.
We're going to take our lunch break at this point.
Now we're on
this
lunch
morning.
break.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information pertaining to the case. We will resume with the testimony of Mr. Adelson at 1:30. Please report back by 1:20.
I did get to hear portions. The only portion I missed when the doctor walked in, when I guess Katie asked him for the money, and then I heard later he gave her 136,000 cash. So I kind of missed the whole thing, how Katie came in and asked for the money.
On this, are you planning to go through all calls or just selected calls?
I'm not planning on playing all calls. I am planning on going through a lot of calls, but not playing them all. And we probably will be adding, I think, 1 or 2 calls as well.
Very well. Do you intend to finish with your direct by at least the mid-afternoon?
How long was I up there right now?
Let's say it took the morning.
I have no idea, Your Honor. I anticipate this could go all day.
Yes.
Maybe it's going a little quicker than I had anticipated, to be honest with you. I know that's surprising. But I would think that it's gonna go at least another. Nah, it'll be a while. It may leak into tomorrow.
All right. Unless either party has anything further to raise, we'll be in recess. Please report back at 1:20.
Not surprising that he's going to go all day. Remember, he has to do a complete metamorphosis of Charlie Adelson that we heard on the tapes, that we saw in actions, we saw at Dolce Vita. Completely different person than what we saw at the restaurant. Completely different person than the yelling and cussing, and now he's much more reserved. So he's got to convince the jury, and he's going to go through the calls. He's going to go through Dolce Vita, and it's going to take a while. And I fully expected this. John Singer expected it. This was his case. And he believes he can sell it to the jury. And the cross is going to be the game. That's when we all want to listen, no interruption, and we want to hear what he has to say. He said he didn't want to. I thought it was funny a couple times. He said, I told her she was a bitch. I didn't say I was calling her a bitch, but my gosh, you heard the language on those calls. He had so many derogatory comments about people. It's just crazy. You can't change who you are. Those calls that he thought they were recorded, that's who he is. It's not who the guy is. It's fighting for his life under oath, who's had year to prepare his testimony. And if I'm Georgia, I'm saying, I can't recall one time where you said, I don't remember. And then when the lawyer says you probably don't know a specific time, you gave a specific time. Isn't that because you have rehearsed this? Isn't this because you've done this multiple times? Isn't this not the first time that you've said it, but you prepped for this for a year? And let's see what his answer is to that. The defense will object, but it lets the jury know, yeah, we know Georgia let us know what she thinks, and we're feeling the same way. Can Charlie or Dan confer during lunch? They're not supposed to. When a witness is on the stand and you're on direct, he's not supposed to allowed to talk to the witness while he's on direct. That same goes for cross-examination. If they break cross-examination, he's not supposed to confer with the lawyer. I don't know. Does anybody buy his story? Does anybody believe that he just happens to be able to fill every puzzle piece, every damaging thing against him, everything that could hurt him, he has an answer for? It just doesn't seem realistic. Everything seems contrived. And why is he putting barbed wire up? And why is he putting cameras up? If he's paying an extortion and it's an ongoing payment, why would they kill someone that's paying them? The mob doesn't kill you when you pay. The mob kills you when you don't pay. So I never understood that. He was afraid they were going to come back and kill him and that's why he put cameras up. That's foolish, completely foolish. The whole defense theory, the timing, the communication, and he stayed girlfriend and boyfriend with her after she took $136,000 of his money to friends that killed, and he was still dating her for a couple of weeks. That doesn't seem right. Charlie looks like he's pretty tight with a buck. He keeps his money, he staples it, he puts it in his safe. He's not going to just give $136,000 away with no questions. More likely, don't you think it's more likely he put those cameras up because he might be afraid that the MARKEL family or someone might come after him? Wouldn't that be more realistic? Those are the kind of questions I hope Georgia asks. If he knew he did it, he could have gone to the police. He could have got police protection. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, think about that. He didn't want to pay $5,000 to the bump people who could have been the same people that were extorting him in the first place, right? If it was Tato's family, why wouldn't he be afraid that they would kill him? Why wouldn't he give $5,000, but he gave 136,000? None of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. Tim, Charlie is sounding believable, but I'm a juror, I have questions. Why would the hitmen go clear to Tallahassee to do this someone they didn't know? That's a good point. Sigfredo Garcia didn't know Dan MARKEL. Katie Magbanua didn't know Dan MARKEL. How would they have found the address? How would they have known a picture of him? How would they know what he looked like? Where did they get that from? Katie Magbanua? Sigfredo Garcia? Luis Rivera? No, it doesn't make sense. And it can't make sense. They weren't going to drive all the way up here without money. So now they're saying that Katie didn't know and Sigfredo did it on his own with Lewis. That's just crazy. You know, when you buy a car or any kind of deal and they say they're giving you this deal and the deal seems too good and you're like, wow, this is a really good deal. And it's a great deal. And we all know what the answer is. If it's too good a deal, it's probably not a good deal at all. These answers seem like really great. They're so great, they cover everything. What does that mean? It means it's probably not true. And it means that somewhere along the line, 9 years, this extortion would have leaped out to somebody. Somebody would have been told about this extortion. But no, we hear it for the first time in opening statement. Yep, common sense is the biggest thing, you know. Jurors know when someone's lying. Jurors know when something's too good to believe. Jurors heard the testimony. They heard how he talked about people, how he described people, generalizations that he made about the note coming from a girl. They know what Charlie is. He tried to portray himself as a poor guy. I might have left, but I never heard him talk about how he got that Ferrari. He's driving around a Ferrari with a 1,200-pound jet ski to take his girlfriend jet skiing. And the only thing I do believe about that is that crazy Sigfredo probably did go after him because he's a hothead and a knucklehead. He's the kind of guy that doesn't plan anything. He just reacts. So, but you want us to believe that he planned this murder up on a guy in Tallahassee, that he didn't know who he was, didn't know what he looked like, didn't know where he lived. And then when he gets up to Tallahassee, right, the first time, the knucklehead does the same stuff he does down there. He can't find the house, can't find the guy, and they end up shooting the car. Is this the same guy that can plan this whole plot? Doesn't make sense. And if you want to use the stages and statements that Dan made, it doesn't fit the puzzle. Sigfredo Garcia doesn't fit the puzzle of a guy that can organize, finance, and commit a murder and then use a girlfriend to extort the family. Absolutely not. And Luis Rivera, he showed his true colors. He's a street guy. Why would we kill someone? We'll just rob them. That's how he thinks, right? And we all believe that's what he would do. He would just rob the lady instead of killing somebody. It's just going to be a hard pill for anybody to swallow. Unfortunately, we are going to have to swallow this for the rest of the day. And I hope we get some cross today because I'm looking forward to hearing Georgia. And doctor's appointment went okay. I thank you for all the well wishes. Still kind of in a holding pattern. And no, I'm not retired. I'm home due to my accident with broken ribs and doing the best I can to do this. So, and I've enjoyed it. It takes my mind off the ribs actually. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, Joel, for allowing me to be here. And I guess we're coming back at 1:20.
Thank you so much, Tim. We appreciate everything you've been doing. Quick question.
Yeah.
A couple of different people were asking this in the chat before you take a lunch break.
Okay.
What's going on right now? Can Charlie speak to his attorney? Is he preparing again, or is he taking a lunch break as well?
Okay. So right now, once he's on the stand, he's not allowed to be preparing him. He's not allowed to be talking to him during the breaks while he's on direct examination. And that'll be the same for cross-examination. If Georgia starts a cross and then they get off the stand for the day, he's not allowed to go tell him and talk to him. That's kind of the rule. Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Tim. If you need to take a break, please do that. And we're going to keep the live stream up for everyone else. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that. Subscribe. You can become a YouTube member. You can join us on Patreon. And again, thank you to Tim Jansen. You have been absolutely amazing.
Oh, are we at 1:20? Is that what the judge said?
Yes.
Okay.
1:20.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
All right, we'll see you back here. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, bye.
And a special shout out to everyone who has been giving us a super chat, or any of you that have gone on audio platforms and given us 5-star ratings. We appreciate that. If we missed your super chat, I apologize. We will be putting them up again. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to hang out here until 1:20. Hi, Tim.
Hi, how are you?
Good. We are live, so everyone can hear us. Just wanted to check in and want to know if you need a few more minutes or if you're ready to just give us a quick recap of what people can expect.
No, I'm good. I'm good to go if the people are ready.
Okay, great.
Oh. Okay, now that everybody's had lunch and heard all that nonsense, what questions or what comments? Um, I just can't get out of my mind now. Eddie Haskell and Leave It to Beaver. He used to pick on Beaver and Wally, and then he'd go see Miss Cleaver, and he'd stand up real tall and say, "Good afternoon, Miss Cleaver," and he was like the picture perfect kid, and knowing all the well that everything he's saying is nonsense. And now I can't get that out of my mind when I look at Charlie on the witness stand. The other thing I'm trying to think of my article for the paper tomorrow. I think I'm going to start it with the metamorphosis of Charlie Adelson, and then I'm going to put a line in there about the metamorphosis, what metamorphosis is, and how the defense is trying to do this metamorphosis and change who the guy we've seen all week or last 2 weeks into the guy we see now. If you really want to buy his story, right, it's two things that have to be true. One, you have to believe the metamorphosis of Charlie. And two, then you have to believe that, and they have to prove that Sigfredo, this hothead who ran the guy off the road, accosted him with the jet skis, is capable of committing this murder, trying to come up here with no money, no funding, with him and Lewis, who wanted to just rob the lady. They're capable of coming up here, committing this crime with no money up front, and committed this crime, and then somehow got Katie to do this extortion. So you can't have one or the other. You can't just believe everything he says. Then you'd have to sell the jury that Sigfredo was capable of his own committing this crime. But at the same time, he's introduced evidence showing what a hothead that Sigfredo is, how dangerous he is, how he, off his cuff, he was going to be killed by Sigfredo. That's why he got the alarm and the barbed wire. It undercuts his story. It's one or the other. And then he says they're making payments. You're not going to kill the guy if he's making payments. So the threat of him killing him really wasn't real. But more importantly, there's no way Sigfredo, who came up here even with plans, if you listen to Katie, and Katie said we gave him this envelope, and in the envelope, Lewis said we had a picture and an address, right? Even with that information, this knucklehead couldn't find him on the first trip, and then he shot up his own car, right? Then he had to come back the second time. And no juror is going to buy any of this. And you have to have both of those things to be true to sell this story. So my article is going to be that the metamorphosis is not taking place. While it may be, it's kind of like having an old car, right? You have an old car and the car needs some parts. And you find another part that's not the same brand, not the same, but you put it on and it fits. And maybe that part fits, but that car's not going to run very long. What the defense has done, they put all these pieces together, but all the parts don't really fit, right? Or you could say they fit too well. So I feel pretty confident that on cross-examination, you're going to see a different Charlie. He's going to metamorph back into the Charlie that we saw on the tapes. So, question: do you think Ratch continues this line of questioning that the jury will become totally lost, disinterested? He has a notebook, and you can see the notebook. It's a large notebook. It's really thick. He's got his little red pen, and he's crossing off. And so what happens, what you can see is these are lines in a play. He's already asked them before. He's making sure he goes down in order. Then he turns the page. Then we get to the next thing. Then he does like an introduction. And he'll say, okay, we're going to go here now, letting Charlie know, okay, we're moving on to this subject that we previously talked about. And then here it comes again. The same thing goes in, the same thing comes out. I would have given it more credibility if Charlie a couple times would have said, I don't remember, or I don't know. Because nobody remembers everything. And the funny thing was when he says, I doubt you remember the time. And then Charlie says 10 a.m. Well, that just told me that this is so rehearsed. It's not believable. And that's my take, but I'm different. I'm looking at the questions. I'm looking at the answers. I look at the pace. I look at the topics, how the answers are, how comfortable he looks, how he's looking at the jury. Clearly, he's said this before. He's not trying to find words. He knows which words to use. And we all do that. If we all know what we're going to say, we're comfortable with what we're going to say, we've seen it before, it's easy to regurgitate the answer, right? So I expect this will be more of the same. He'll start going with the tapes. He'll pick tapes that he believes are favorable to him. He said he's going to play some tapes that the state did not play that are favorable to him. And he's going to do an inference, and it's going to answer every question. Lo and behold, every damaging piece of evidence he has an answer for. Every one. And that's just not the way the world works. That's just not the way cases are tried. And that's just not how it is in real life. Sometimes you don't have that answer. And that's what the jury has to decide. My feelings are, what I'm hearing from the jury is they're kind of like bored. They're not buying it. They're not taking a lot of notes. Dan sometimes is just talking to the jury. He looks at the jury. He's clearly not doing direct. He's open-ended questions that are leading the witness. Georgia's not objecting. And she's doing that purposely. She doesn't want to. She figures I'm going to blister him on cross-examination. So let this guy wiggle around. He can wiggle for a while, but it's not going to. And she's got time. She's got people preparing. They're pulling things now. And Sarah's going to help her. They probably got another lawyer helping her pull things that she can cross-examine him. What I found curious was, and I want everybody to help me here. I thought I heard him say that when Wendy called Katie to tell Katie that Dan had been shot, and then Katie called me. Did I hear that right? Because if I heard that right, Wendy said she never called Katie, and Katie said she never called Wendy. So I thought that's what I heard. That's how he found out about the shooting. So we'll see. Maybe a couple jurors will feel, hey, maybe this is the Charlie Adelson. Do you see any exposure so far from not presenting his testimony? Coop 3000, that's a great question, because I'm sitting there thinking, if I was a lawyer and I was told that this is defense, that I would have had to have been brought in after they had a different lawyer, and I never talked to Charlie, and then Charlie told me this version. That's the only way I couldn't think of having to do a narrative, because it's so far-fetched that it's difficult to believe that a lawyer with Dan's experience would believe this. Now, I've had cases like this before, and I've had an incident like that before. I had a client that apparently went to a different lawyer and told the lawyer one story or something. I didn't know until afterwards, but then came to me, and I never asked him if he did it. And then we prepared a defense, and I found out the reason he came to me because the other lawyer didn't feel comfortable with what he told him, and he couldn't present a defense. But all that was kept from me. Um, you really never ask your client, what did you do? You never want to know that early on because it does limit your defense. Because until you've seen all the police reports and you've seen, I usually ask my clients, what's the allegation against you? Don't tell me what you did. What is the allegation? And then I'll look at the police reports. We'll get all the witness statements. And then I might ask some questions. Or then I might say, the best defense would be if we could prove blah, 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 blah. Because once your client tells you something, you can't let them go up there and lie and give a different statement. So those are things that kind of can really limit your defense. And if you're an experienced lawyer, you don't ask. You never ask the defendant what they did, right? I don't. You cannot put a witness stand that will take the fifth. And even the state attorney cannot put a witness on the stand who will take the fifth. And the reason that is because there's a confrontation problem. If they take the fifth, you have a right to confront and cross-examination of that witness. If that witness takes the fifth, then the court will have you disregard all that testimony. And ethically, the parties cannot put a client on the stand who's going to take the fifth. Now, the defense may call a witness, and that witness during cross-examination may realize they may have some liability and they could take the fifth. But you're going to have to convince the judge that you didn't know that was going to happen ahead of time and let the court know on notice, because you never want that happening in front of the jury. So the hitman decided to kill someone they didn't know with no guarantee of payment or anything. That's right, Ash. They had no payments. They had no knowledge who it was. They didn't know what he looked like. They didn't know where he lived. He was 500 miles away, but they went up there and they killed him. And then they had the girlfriend go talk to him and say, "Oh, you got to pay these people, what, $300,000? And here's $130,000. And I'll keep quiet. I won't tell anybody." It's far-fetched. Tim, with Charlie asked how Katie knew Dan's address. I don't think that's been asked. I don't think that's been asked because Katie said she didn't. She just put the envelope in and then Sigfredo put it in his pants. Can't make this up. But the problem with that statement is it's so real. Don't we all feel like Sigfredo would do that? He'd just take this Mission Impossible envelope and then put it right back in his pants and then go do the job. That's Sigfredo we know. I've been on court TV. I was really disappointed because they don't give you the level of time to really do an analysis on these cases. It's more entertainment than it is actual legal analysis. They've asked me to come on multiple times, but they only give you like a segment and they put multiple people on there and then they go to you and then you give a response and then it kind of gets lost because there's no thorough evaluation or at least presentation so that you can decipher it. I think it's entertainment more than it is really legal. I think STS does a better job because they get some of the best lawyers, investigators, and they actually dissect and they get into it and they talk about it. And you get really people who've been in the business and give live experience of how these things happen, why they happen. And it's great. And Surviving the Survivor is awesome. And you can tell by the amount of subscribers they get. And these are smart people. These are people all over the world who are smart, who follow this stuff. And there are some that come in here with very little experience and you give them an answer that's like second nature to me because I've been doing this and they really appreciate it. And that's the best part. You're educating people or you're at least telling them what's really happening. And court TV, I think, is missing the point, but the court TV, they're not asking me how to run their station. And I would do it if I would agree to do it if they had more time. I disagree with some of the people on the Murdaugh trial. They had people on the Murdaugh trial saying it's going to be a not guilty verdict. I was like, where are these people coming from? Did they watch the trial? It was overwhelming. I remember a long time ago when O.J. Simpson, I was doing commentary, and I told them that the jury was going to come back not guilty, and they said, "Why?" I said, "Look, listen to the jury question. What jury question did they have? They asked, when did the limo driver get there, right? What does that mean? That, to me, it meant if the driver got there at that point, there was no way OJ could have changed and cleaned up as fast as they said. I said, they're going to come back not guilty, and they did. You can usually tell by questions what the jurors are thinking. And sometimes you're wrong. I've had jurors ask questions. I'm like, oh man, we're going to win this. And then they come back guilty. So jurors they may smile at you while you're picking jury selection, and they'll break your heart in a verdict. I'll tell you a funny story. When my second daughter was being born in Tallahassee 27 years ago, we went to the hospital, took my wife, and we walked in, and the girl helping my wife goes, "Oh, hi, Mr. Jansen, how are you?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh, did I represent this person? I didn't recognize her." And she goes, "Oh, Mr. Jansen, I was on your jury." I'm like, "Oh, really?" And she goes, "Yeah, yeah." And I said, "What case?" And it was a case I just tried. And she goes, "Mr. Jansen, you're a great lawyer, but your client was guilty as shit." I laughed so hard. And she was really nice. And it was funny. You can be a really good lawyer and lose cases. You can be a really bad lawyer and win cases. So sometimes the facts help a lawyer look good. Sometimes the facts make a lawyer look bad. But any lawyer that tells you they've never lost a case means they've never tried cases, right? You always lose cases. Everybody loses cases. The best lawyers lose cases. The better lawyers win more than they lose. The better lawyers get better plea deals because they don't have to go to trial. If I was representing Katie, she would have never gotten a life sentence. She would have had immunity. And I just don't buy the fact that she really thought she was going to win. And I don't buy the fact that Tara thought she could win. Nancy Grace. I had a run-in with Nancy Grace one time. My client was a guard at the federal prison here, and he was under investigation. And when they came to arrest him, he was working the inner sanctum. So he had all the cameras. He knew where all the doors were, and he had seen the cops arrest somebody on the hill. Unbeknownst to anybody, when they came to arrest him, he had a firearm and he shot and killed an agent, and then the cops shot him and killed him. Horrible tragedy in Tallahassee. I did Nancy Grace that night, and I did Greta Van Susteren. Greta was a true professional. She kind of asked me questions. What Nancy Grace asked me a question. She goes, "Okay, I'm going to ask you this, this, and this." We go live, and then she attacked me, attacked my client. Completely unprofessional. And I answered the question, I thought, pretty good on the cuff. She was like, "How could you represent that blah blah blah?" And I said, "Well, Nancy, he was a retired military with no prior record whatsoever, and no one had any idea that this was going to happen." But I thought it was a cheap shot by Nancy. I haven't talked to Nancy again. I thought twice about ever doing a show with her again, because I just didn't think it was professional. Greta was awesome. Very professional. I liked Greta. She was great. That's enough, I guess, my cases. Any questions about this case? Katie had horrible lawyers. Her second trial should have taken the damn man. Well, I don't like this. No one likes to second guess lawyers. It's like doctors second guess doctors. You don't want to be that armchair guy that's sitting there saying you shouldn't have thrown that interception. But at some point, when you get offered immunity, it's hard to turn immunity down. It's hard to tell your client not, or convince your client not to take full immunity. You're never going to get prosecuted. And looking at the evidence, there was no way any lawyer with experience in trying cases could have felt they could have won that case. No way. Absolutely no chance. Especially when Luis Rivera flipped. So I don't think she's going to get a break, Katie. I think the most they're going to do for Katie is maybe let her get relocated closer to her family. Tim, can Dan or Donna now that she is the only one?
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
Okay, here we go. I'll try not to interrupt. They could call Katie for rebuttal, but she's such damaged goods.
Computer setup.
They might.
Before we bring in the jurors, there was one thing that I needed to address with the gallery. I believe during the testimony, there was some head shaking going on. This is precisely the thing that I advised everyone about before. Regardless of your own personal opinion of what is coming from the witness stand, do not make any gestures, do not make any motions, do not move your head in a way that would otherwise suggest you agree or disagree. The jurors have to make up their minds based on the evidence. There cannot be any outside influence coming into that process. For anyone who cannot abide by this, the bailiffs are going to remove you. This is the last time I'm going to address this topic. Mr. Rauschbaum.
Judge, two things. First of all, I just need 1 second to set up the computer.
Go ahead.
And also, if we could approach on a new attempted exhibit.
A new attempted.
This is from the prior composite.
Yes.
You may.
So what happened under what they do is called a 403 analysis. It's a balancing test. One, its relevance, and then the court has to make a determination whether the probative value of the document overweighs the prejudicial effect. And then there's also possible hearsay exceptions that you can't confront this. It's not authentic. And the judge does a 403 analysis, and as he said, he did a 403 weighing probative versus prejudicial, and he felt that it was more prejudicial than probative. These decisions are given great discretion to the court, the trial judge. They won't be overturned. You're not going to get a new trial because of it.
On this, I'm glad you brought that up because there was one additional matter I wanted to place on the record concerning the composites as well. Given the composition of the jury, which contains certain members of a minority group which may find offensive subject matter that was in part contained in those composites, this is in part the court's ruling to protect the defendant from any unfair prejudice caused by either his words or the words of those communicating with him. As to the new edited version, does the state have a position?
Yes, Your Honor, I would raise the same objection, hearsay and relevance. These are text messages offered to prove that the defendant didn't text about the murder. There's been no allegation that he texted about the murder. It's not challenged. It's been testified to. This is evidence to prove that it contains the right amount of relevant hearsay, so I would object.
Rauschbaum, were these statements ever inquired with Ms. Magbanua or specifically presented to her?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one about the fight the day before. The ones about the fight the day before. But not kind of. I think the short answer is not
No.
directly.
Yeah,
They're
not
not going toward, our argument wouldn't be towards impeachment. Our argument would be going towards state of mind, Your Honor. Charlie Adelson's state of mind. I know that the state doesn't want the jury to be able to see the evidence, but it's the exact same evidence that they have put in regarding
Save it for them.
phone records.
Your audience of one on this topic
right.
is also an attorney. I understand these matters.
That was a cheap
All
shot.
right. As to this specifically, the fight I will deem is admissible. The other portions, I'm still going to sustain the objection as to relevance and hearsay. The text on the fight I believe this would be 7/18/2014. Starting at 13:09. And then those would end at 18:20. The other portions, the prior ruling applies.
May I make one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
So
For
the
the record.
state has put in a phone record in which they talk about a pattern of calls. These emails explain why there are those pattern of calls. These text messages explain that. So for instance, they bring in calls on their sheet regard their CDRs on the evening of the 16th. Calls with Katherine Magbanua. Those calls relate to Mr. Adelson having dinner with Erica Johnson. It explains those calls. Similarly, they bring in calls on the 17th and 18th that relate to these text messages. In other words, the text messages explain. I'll give you an example. Call me ASAP, and then there's a call, right? So it gives context to their very evidence. It explains to the jury why these calls are happening. They're highly relevant, and to not allow it in, I think, is prejudicial against Mr. Adelson.
As it relates to the fight, I believe the 7/18 messages between himself and Miss Magbanua cover that territory, do they not?
They do, but their argument is going to be that that's not what they're speaking about that night. The text messages are from the next day, right?
No one is going to be permitted on either side, excuse me, to present any factual issue out of proper context. Now, I believe, as it's been presented already through the direct, your client testified to them having a fight. This otherwise demonstrates his state of mind and shows what was going on the day of the murder, which is relevant. Getting further into the fight, which doesn't go to the elements or any other matter, why again is this relevant?
It's relevant because they have a chart that shows that Charlie calls Katie at 12:45 in the morning. I'm making up times. Katie calls Sigfredo at 12:50 in the morning. Charlie calls Katie. These text messages show what the calls are about. Now, I was able to ask my client the question on the stand. These text messages are corroboration for him.
Any further argument, Ms. Keppelman, as the context for the 7/16 texts?
Argument, the text messages show what the content of a phone call was.
The context of what was happening on 7/16.
No, sir. I don't think we're disputing that they appear to have had an argument on 7/16. I don't remember that being an issue in the case, so stick with my prior objection.
Right, over the state's objection, the text between the defendant and Ms. Magbanua will be admitted on 7/18. As far as the other texts, the court is not going to admit them on grounds of relevance and hearsay. Any other matters to address before the jurors come in?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Rauschbaum,
Computer working? I don't think so, Your Honor.
please bring in the jurors.
Should I have Mr. Adelson take the stand first?
Yes, come on up, Mr. Adelson.
So I'll tell you what I learned a long time ago as a young lawyer. In a courtroom in a hearing, and when you win the hearing and the judge rules on your side, you pick up your stuff and you leave. Because if you leave, the judge can't change his mind. If you lose an argument, you just keep arguing until you convince the judge to change his mind, like Dan just did. Now, of course, Georgia couldn't leave the courtroom, but if you're winning, you sit down and leave. If you're losing, you keep arguing to the judge, and that's what he did. one of the things that was said was when he talked about Jimenez, the undercover bump, Charlie described him as a ghetto language. And I think the court was trying to do a 403 to protect his fair trial because there's 7 African American people on the jury when he used the term ghetto. And apparently, when that came out, people in the courtroom said the jurors grimaced when they heard that term. So the judge is making a fair trial for both sides. And sometimes these judges have to make these calls in a split second, like here. And those are hard. I don't think he used the N word. I thought it was Sigfredo that did. But Charlie used the
Everyone
word
can be
ghetto.
seated.
describing-
Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Hope that answers your question.
Okay, Charlie. You're aware of something called the bump, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happen after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're going to play some. So at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
So it looks like we're playing the bump. And he's going to give his version of what happened on the bump. And then he's going to go to the calls afterwards, probably talk about the call to his mother, probably call why they were in coded language and why he called Katie, and then why he specifically met with Katie. So, and remember, this bump was 2 years after the murder and like
Take
2
your
years
time.
after the so-called extortion.
Before they'll sit through it again.
The volume.
I think they're playing the tape of the bump. And that's already been introduced in court and already played in court. And I would imagine then that he's going to give feedback on how it affected his mom, and then when she called him, and that will then take into the conversations. I missed when I left. Did he ever mention driving a Ferrari? That he reached a plateau of going from poor man to rich man and driving a Ferrari? and making $3.6 million a year. So now he's got the state. He's using the state's. He's getting Sarah Dugan to put the bump up for him. Normally he should have the bump. He should have his own team doing that, but for some reason they don't have any assistants or IT people that are helping him. It would be a lot much smoother. And it's quite naturally, I think Georgia took back his cheap shot that Dan gave him, saying the state doesn't want you to see evidence. Georgia's not going to take too kindly to that.
The audio in your headphones. All right. Please give a thumbs up so that way I can be sure everyone can hear it.
I guess we'll continue.
Jurors don't like this. It just doesn't look professional, doesn't come across clean. Jurors are sitting there thinking, why can't you guys can't get your act together?
Yes.
They're not going to say that, but they're going to think that. And now they're going to have another delay. Court reporter's taking her headset off. Now we're going to a sidebar. Some judges would be all over the lawyers for this. Others are, this judge is gives a lot more leeway. I think the jury's in the box, aren't they? I think because he just asked them if they all could hear. He's worried. His pre-prepared recording that he's ready to testify is not going to be available. Oh, Judge Hankinson would
take you back to the jury room. We're going to fix the audio issue and then resume.
Hankinson would have gone crazy at this point for them not having it. He would be saying, Mr. Rashbaum, call your next witness. Do you have a question? Yeah, you can be put in jail over misconduct. I've seen that. We had a judge in Gainesville, Florida, would put a lawyer in jail in a heartbeat. He was a really tough judge. Judge Maurice Paul. I had the pleasure of, I was a prosecutor back then, but then I had the pleasure of appearing as a defense lawyer. Really scary time. So here's where we get a lot of free time. Wonder what Charlie's
in control, but I'm not sure.
He needs more water. I don't think it's purposeful. I think it's lack of preparation and planning. He should have known that he needed an IT team, and he should have had this all ready to go. I appreciate the kind words. This is fun. It's easy. It doesn't take a lot of prep for me. And I enjoy talking about law cases and stuff. Tell us about that. It's going up too fast. That picture, your upper right, left behind you. The picture behind me. Oh, is that my daughter? I think that's my daughter. My oldest daughter. And she's a lawyer now in Atlanta, Georgia. So yes, one of my thrills of my lifetime was when my daughter graduated from my school, and the school allowed me to go on stage and put her doctorate on her. on stage since we both graduated from the same law school. It was a very emotional moment. And I have a picture of that daughter in my office. So, um, uh, Charlie looks a little nervous. Is this going to throw him off? Is he losing concentration? Um, he his eyes are twitching. Look at his eyes twitch a lot. And there's calm, cool Georgia Kappelman. Sarah's a very pleasant person, very outgoing. That's investigator Jason Newland, who I wouldn't think is the ITech specialist. He's actually an investigator. The court does supposed to have IT people that do this. Daniel didn't want him touching his little book. Or which would we say you may recognize Jason. He's a state attorney investigator. I'm not sure of Jason's IT skills. I think his facial expression just showed his IT skills. That's right. Don't touch my magic book. That magic book is my defense. Don't touch. Remember that movie, Don't Touch My Stuff? Francis, if you look at my stuff, I'll kill you. You touch my stuff. What was that movie called? That was such a funny movie. I think John Candy was in that. Bill Murray was in it. Stripes. I think it was Stripes. Yeah, don't forget that this lawyer and this defendant have had at least 18 months, or certainly at least a year to hear all the tapes, hear all the wires, and hear the testimony. This would not happen in a federal courtroom. This would not happen in Judge Hankinson's courtroom. And this is just unheard of in a murder trial, highly publicized on TV, murder trial being delayed because he can't play his computer. Or he can't hear the audio of the computer. I'm not sure it's deliberate because Daniel wants to play it. So I think he's starting to get nervous if he doesn't get to play it. Thank you, Jessica K. I hope I'm giving some of my experience to you so you can use and understand what happens in a courtroom, in a court of law, things that shouldn't happen, things that should happen, how the process works. No one's hearing anything. They really should have an IT person. The courthouse has IT people that are like experts in this. And I will admit, this is not one of my fields. I rely on the experts. And it can get really tricky. All this technology can be tricky because the jury's got to get it, the witness has got to get it, the judge's got to get it, the court reporter's got to get it, everybody's got to get it, be able to hear it. And really, this is Dan's part of his case. This is Dan's case. So Dan should be the one presenting this. The state is trying to help out to move along. They're being very kind and considerate. Sarah will do what she can. You notice the state didn't have this problem. So the jury now has been removed. The jury's not in the box because there's no way that the court would ever allow Charlie to stand in front of the jury at that. There's no way. They should not. They better not be in the courtroom. I'm sorry, I interrupted. I've got friends sending me food. And my daughter and I are taking all the food we can get since I can't cook right now. My dogs are mad that I'm not cooking. My boys love when I cook. This is, yeah, I would say it's a hilarious, but
Let's see how it sounds. How about that?
the purple one, no, not really. That's my youngest daughter. She's not a big cook. Well, she can, but just the two of us. And she's helping keeping track of the boys and helping me, driving me around since I can't drive.
I guess let's.
It's up to you. I mean, does it sound like it? You can hear it?
Mr. Adelson, are you having any difficulty with hearing what's coming out of the speaker?
I can hear it pretty good.
All right, let's do a test run for the jurors. If they're fine with listening to the speaker, we'll move on. If not, they can put back on their headsets. I don't want to spend much time messing around with the headsets either.
It's all working, so maybe you just, if they want to use a headset, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
All right, please bring them in.
Dr. Adelson. I don't know. Do you call a dentist Dr. Adelson? I guess they do. They have a DDO. No, that's not a DDO. I don't think I've ever called my dentist doctor, but he's a friend, so. As you can see, Sarah's somewhat tall. And you can see in comparison to Dan, she's much taller than Dan, but she does have heels on.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to test the speaker first to determine whether you can clearly hear the audio coming out of the speaker. If you can clearly hear the audio, please give a thumbs up. If not, you'll have the option of putting back on your headsets. I believe where is their audio ability to change their volume levels? Okay. Does everyone understand how to operate the volume switch? Please test away, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Test it first.
So, you know, if it's on tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm communicating with you. Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right, we're not going to do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
Continue at your own peril, but you may continue.
Your Honor. So, Charlie, I'm going to play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump. Okay?
So, you know, if it's on tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm communicating with you. Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something? That's some paperwork. Hand delivery.
being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was. I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, I didn't have to figure out something. Can tell us wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they the traffic up there, and they take a ride with them upstairs.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's I can't. Is it IRS?
You know, the IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but fortunately not me.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to have to drive up that way. Okay? And
Just want you to know that? Is it involved?
No. So let me just talk to you later. And
what is it? Is it a health okay?
yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So we probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the voice for a while, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
I think you can get it till about 7. You can get it.
So it's order you talk to me today.
Or tomorrow.
All right. I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I can get up there and get back and time for them to get things. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork transfer?
I see them, that's great. I think it's hands with hands and I like to look at everything today.
And he was it anonymous or?
Oh no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it.
Right, whatever it is, it is. I'm silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, I know. You want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
yeah,
I hope it's not the IRS. But I
I just
will.
would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
I agree. We already heard this. More effective way would be to stop it. Ask the witness questions in between what he meant by this. That would be more effective. Instead of playing the whole tape, and then he's going to ask questions. But we'll see what his questions are.
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor MARKEL's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. It's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay.
Because they're so
When she
damaging.
says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So
Oh my God.
she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
Wow.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she's not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. And my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back.
Sure.
May I publish, Your Honor?
This is so far stretched. It defies logic and imagination. He had to do something with probably the two of us because that's a killer to his case. And now he comes up with this theory. They were trying to.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into the lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And
I'll do that now.
then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything. I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So Was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews from them. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
But I'm not being sued.
no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly if I have the day off.
Okay.
So
I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
all right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, then I can.
I want to pause it there. You call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown Insurance. What's Brown and Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No, that was actually the reason I called her back. Is from the last call I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner?
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
So if they both have been extorted, she knows he's been extorted. Why would they ever talk in code? There's no reason.
I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here.
Was it, can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all.
Difficult because they don't finish the parent teacher doesn't need to the therapy school. And even if I came up there and got there at 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for enough.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you. That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, just talk to them just later, either, you would like to, I will definitely, I just don't know if I can get back here in time for them
So whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter. Did they sign it? So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
What I did was,
It wasn't. Where did they come to you at?
when I walked out of the building, and they were late, and the next place driving at the other time,
Right.
and I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to get the door open,
Right.
and just to get that on the side. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you say that.
So let's talk about this call. You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you? And she says it's a good possibility. Now, what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate, is it related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom. If it was related to me.
You then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see if is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So okay, then it's something unrelated to at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened. So I was trying to compare it to that to see, is it possibly related to what happened to me?
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later.
So why don't you call Katie and say, hey, Katie, are your people extorting me? I thought I'm paying you. I thought I'm on time. None of that nonsense. When he calls Katie, he never asked her, hey, is it your people extorting me? None of those. This is all a farce.
This
Complete
is at
farce.
3:00 p.m. between you and your mom.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
Right.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mhm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that? You could describe them?
To a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like go to the police, but
They have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So,
That's why. Just let me go. Because I don't want your father upset.
don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad flies off the
Absolutely.
on everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
It's clear what's wrong with it.
What is it? Kind of exactly what they asked for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah. Hey.
And then she, girlfriend. Hi, Sandra. Come on in. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah. That would be good.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call, the second call, and the more I thought about it, I thought this is related to what happened to me. So somehow this is related to it.
And what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this?
And so the first question you ask, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean, process in my head, that was my first guess, and that's what I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an angry guy, and I was trying to see, is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this?
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48 hours to pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now, she says no, but it is clear what is wanted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very start of the call, you say, don't talk about anything in the apartment or any place. Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted and was picking up the checks from her, is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment, is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was extorted.
why didn't you want the police to know you were extorted? What would happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
If they came to talk to me, if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me. They'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment where she says, this TV is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, do you have that sheet? What TV equals?
This gets more laughable. He was afraid that the police would come talk to him about his involvement in the murder, not about being extorted. He didn't want the police to know he was extorted. How would that hurt him?
Did TV, was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, they want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up that they brought up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanua. You recall that?
I do.
Did any of your other ex-girlfriends become involved in a situation where you were extorted?
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So once she brings up your ex-girlfriend, did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I knew exactly what was going on at this point. Well, almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
At the end of this call, what do you decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew what had happened to me.
We're going to now publish D, Your Honor, already in evidence.
You may.
This is a call between you and Katherine Magbanua at 4:27 p.m. on that same day, correct?
Yes.
You want to use your headphones?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, is there someplace you can talk to me?
The what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
Talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, let me run it off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it,
Yeah.
and somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail, and I have no idea what this is in reference to,
Uh-huh.
but something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody can like bump into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school.
Wow.
I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But it must know her routine. It must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They
Uh-huh.
handed her an envelope.
Uh-huh.
She said they spoke to her for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I don't even know if my mom didn't even want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
But like, did she beat a person? Was she like, you should have like.
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. Running you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the solution. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see the person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was Elizabeth stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Look what I'm doing.
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
Now, during this call, you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about. And I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up, that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend. Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
She says to you, when you say, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Yep.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
That made me feel good. It made me feel like it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew when it happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
It was probably medium. I mean, I was still pretty concerned. My mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now, there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence, where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10, and I went down there the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day. So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th. Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I'd say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Where did you, when you walked to this bench, it's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's.
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54 has been put in evidence. It's a picture of you and your mom on that bench outside of Monty's. Is that a fair depiction of where you were?
Yeah, we were sitting.
There's been testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
And how was your mom acting?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go pick the boys up from school and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out Katie and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time and he's incarcerated. And my brother Tato did a big favor for you and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom was like, I don't know what you're talking about. The guy handed her a copy of an article and it had $5,000 written on it. And it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard of that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt and that they were going to hurt her and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom in response? What was your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom this is so different than what happened to me. I said, it could actually, I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia because him and Katie were in this explosive fight. And I always suspected that it was him and that he's now extorting my mom. And that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, this is probably the police. I said, it's, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. The first time I wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, Mom, I think this is the police.
What did you tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is possibly, if this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected, And if it is, see if she could get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now, and my dad's with her all the time, and she's like, "Look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like this has gone too far. I can't not." So I told her, I said, "If you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendy. Please do not let him go to the police. Like you're gonna put my life at risk. You're gonna put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop."
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendy?
I thought Wendy would go to the police, and I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you tell Dad what's going on, I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, after you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably working she was working for a real estate company. And it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before. And she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when you got to her, by the way, where she was working, was it in a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside so she could wave me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
When she got in the car, what did you learn and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. And I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, well, I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me, she said, yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received when she was approached on the street?
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up. And now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato. Like, have you ever heard of Tato? And she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said, they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one who rented a car, and he's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out because this is the guy that's now extorting my mom. And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. I'm like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said, my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time. And he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there is a Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings, that he's incarcerated, and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
Holy shit, this is real. Like this is real extortion, and it's happening again.
What does Katie tell you about what happened in Tallahassee and who did what?
She told me that T was high on drugs, got fast food. And
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames. Yeah. Okay. Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names so that there's no confusion. Okay. So I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names. Sure. Okay. What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion or no?
She said that Sigfredo brought him to go do this and that it was, he got paid, but it was, the extorter was Sigfredo.
Did she describe to you, you said she described to you about a rental car. Did she describe to you anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them and she gave the money to Sigfredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling? And what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of one of Tato's, someone who knows Tato and is doing a copycat on him and doing their own extortion, or it's probably, she thinks it's the police.
Okay. Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
What do you decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I have more questions than answers. When I got done talking to her in the car, I was more confused than ever. I had told my mom, I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. And now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. I was freaking out, and I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud. thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. And that's why it's a lot of it's very jumbled up because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I always I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you went into the restaurant, who did you think was behind it? Well, let me start by saying something else. You've seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right? With Katie.
Yes.
Before that audio started, had you met with Katie in the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
We've been in there about a half hour talking.
So that audio doesn't capture anything in the beginning of your conversation, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger and what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
Did you know that law enforcement at some point in the conversation started to record you?
No, I thought we were alone.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up, and in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay, directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is that it's the police. Like, they're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016. You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the state thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor MARKEL?
When the probable cause affidavit was released.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media. And I saw it in August of 2016.
Did you ever try to flee the country?
Never.
After August 2016?
Never.
Why not?
Because I wasn't part of a murder. They weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
Now, you say during Dolce Vita, one second, Your Honor, I'm sorry, lost my spot. Is Dolce Vita a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
Yeah, you can say that.
And what is the argument about?
she's taking the position that it's the police and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like, we can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad guy, what did you want her to do? What did you want Katie to do?
I wanted her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera, and she'd be the only person who'd be able to identify them and get them to stop, and maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now, throughout this recording, several times you try to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me, right?
Yeah, yes, I said that.
I mean, someone comes up to me. If someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. Take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and you know, they're messing with my mom. They mess with me. Like, I've literally just had enough, and I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings, and that's who the second extortion was, a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI, but it was.
Immediately after you say those lines, though, you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Yeah. Why do you say that?
Because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end, that at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man. What are you talking about here?
That was in reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions, and I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she could get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says, that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And again, well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be a bad guy.
And who again was Katie trying to convince you it was?
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation live, although we can't hear all of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud than talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now, you say this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. You say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about my payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything?
I'm trying to reassure her that I'm harmless and that I don't have any real knowledge of what went on. And that, I'm not some loose end that you guys need to go try to clean up.
Now, you then say, they said the guy's name was Tuto. I don't even know who the fuck it is. Did you know who Tuto was?
I knew who Tuto was.
Was this you confusing the names Tuto and Tato?
That's exactly what it was. I was getting the names mixed up.
And she asks you to describe what he looked like, right?
Yes.
And you say, some of it's unintelligible, but you say, well-spoken, like polite. She goes, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug, or did he have talk with like a thick Spanish accent or anything? She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic. Why were these facts important to you and Katie?
Because I was comparing the original extortion that I had to the person that's extorting my mom to see if they fit the description.
And she says, so recognizable. And you say, with no glasses, no hat, very well dressed. And she says, well dressed? As you're talking about this, what are the both of you trying to figure out?
We're trying to figure out, is this related to, is this real extortion or is this the police?
And what is Katie telling you of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police?
Because of how it's being done. And these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
Now, you say to her, every time she's telling you it's the police, you kind of push back. Why do you push back?
Because the whole purpose of me being there with her was not to hear if it was the police. I needed her help if it wasn't the police.
10 minutes and 28 seconds into the recording, not the meeting, but the recording. The following thing is what you say. They didn't mention my name, which makes me think that they don't. These people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. What are you telling Katie here?
I'm saying they didn't mention my name. They don't even know I was extorted, and that they only know part of the story. They know about the checks that my mom was writing to you, or they think they know part of the story, they don't realize that that was payment for an extortion, not payment for a murder.
So whoever's doing this thinks that you did a murder because they don't know that you were extorted.
Exactly.
And by the way, isn't that exactly what the bump is?
The bump is an extortion.
But isn't the bump designed in a way that they thought you did part of a murder, and the responses they got, they didn't understand because they only knew part of the story?
That's exactly it.
You then say, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. Someone, he must at some point, because otherwise he would have no idea I had anything to do with. First of all, remind the jury, how did you know what happened on July 19th, and when did you learn that?
In July 19th, July 18th.
How did you know about the money drop? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Katie told me that the next day she brought the money to Luis and Sigfredo Garcia.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that in the car 30 minutes earlier.
Now, when you're asking this question, who is the everybody that you are referring to?
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
What are you confirming here, and why?
That she's not a part of it. I mean, she's broke. I was being sarcastic when I'm like, you're not cruising around in a mega yacht or driving a Bentley. Like, her card's getting declined at Old Navy, and she's borrowing $300 from me. So I didn't think she was a part of it. I didn't think at the time that she took any of that money. So that's why I said it like that, is that you didn't take any of the money next day. And they're saying that, like, I'm helping you out. So I'm thinking that, like, Sigfredo must have said something to Luis about the little things that I do to help you out with, lending you money. I gave her a car with 160,000 miles on it. Sigfredo must have said something to Luis, and then maybe one of his people is now trying to extort my family.
And in response, what does she say to you? Who does she say it is?
She thinks it's the police.
And so then you say to her, it could. I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why did you wish it was a cop playing games?
Because then it meant that my mom wasn't being extorted by Latin King gang members.
You say, and I'm not involved. Recall saying that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you specifically mention the word extortion in Dolce Vitae? Why didn't you say, Katie, why are these the same people that did to me? These are the same people that are doing this to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014. Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
Because I would get zero help, and she'd think I was setting her up.
And what were you
Probably
most concerned about at this point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang member that's now extorting my mom, and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide. You say that at least 3 times. Why do you tell her that?
Because she keeps on saying that it's the police. And I'm not worried about if it's the police. I'm worried about if it's a gang member and that's coming after my mom.
And as she's pushing back that she doesn't want to make the payment or reach out to the person, you then bring up, it's going to put a spotlight in the investigation. You start talking about the FBI and BBC News. First of all, what investigation are you talking about?
The murder investigations of Dan Markel.
And why are you trying to tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation? What are you why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn, and second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion, and then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us, and then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first, and that's exactly what I say in there.
Now, you tell her that you want her to give the guy the money, right?
Yes.
And she, again, what's her reaction to that?
She's like, you can't pay the cops. They're going to arrest you. They're going to think you're a part of it.
And so then you give a long-winded explanation of what she can say that won't incriminate herself, right?
Or make the police come talk to her. So I was saying, just tell them that you don't know anything.
Again, what are you trying to convince her to do?
Make a payment.
And she's refusing, right?
Yeah.
You say, that's all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money. They can't take the money. They won't even come meet you. If it's this guy, maybe in the back of he knows unintelligible, fuck off, unintelligible, and that now he's fucking with his wife, and if he's fucking with him, you fuck with the king himself, you'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. What are you trying to say to her here?
I'm saying that maybe if you go and contact these people, they're going to know who you are, and they're going to realize they'll know that your husband is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo is about as scary of a guy as you can meet. And if Sigfredo has a problem with you, the only thing you could do to stop Sigfredo if he wants to come after you is to kill Sigfredo. So I wasn't talking about killing him, but I was saying if he knows who you are, he's going to be a big problem. So the only way they could stop Sigfredo is if they killed him, because he's a dangerous guy. And
is that precisely why you wanted her to be contacting this person?
Yeah, because they would know who her husband is. They would cut it out.
You then say, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be like that Nazi shit, because this will be done. Who used that terminology with you? That was an expression that Katie would use. That she would say, like, this Nazi shit, like to go crazy on somebody. And that was a term that she would use. And I used it back to her. And it meant, I was saying, like, listen, like, I'm trying to sound tough also. So I said, listen, I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on this person and get them to stop. Like, this needs to end. You say, I don't care what I have to spend. Ms. Kappelman asked one of the witnesses, aren't you admitting to doing a murder for hire here? Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'll get somebody to act and go crazy on who's ever doing this and get them to stop. I mean, I'm not a scary guy like Sigfredo Garcia is. So I was trying to sound intimidating. You then say, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never cross. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. Why do you ask this? Because I'm saying, like, I've been compliant. I've been paying every single month. It's not like I didn't do anything to him. I was still thinking maybe it could be him that's doing this, as I was saying it. Now, in the video, you see Katie leaving the table for a bit, right?
Yes.
She leaves for about 2 minutes. And what happens when she leaves before she comes back?
It's probably the first 2 minutes in the last 45 or 50 minutes that I stopped talking and just sat there and started thinking about everything that we've been talking about.
And as you're sitting there and thinking about it, what goes through your mind? What do you realize?
I just started thinking again about how different this is, and that the person's not hiding who they are. You know, there's no, I'm going to kill you in 48 hours. They're giving lots of information. You know, this is not the same people.
When she comes back, you give her the number, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you gave her a piece of paper, or if do you have any recollection of whether you gave her a piece of paper or she wrote down the number, or whether do you have any idea, any memory this many years later?
No, I think I may have just said it to her verbally or given her paper. I don't remember sitting here today.
Okay. And then you immediately start talking about how the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Why was that the first thing that you started talking to her about when she came back?
Because I was thinking, like, for 2 years, I had no idea. You know, nothing was confirmed and the identity was hidden. It was just her friend. Now, all of a sudden, this guy shows up and he's not even taking the precaution of trying to hide his identity. He has no problem showing his face.
And at this point in time, when she comes back, who do you think is behind this?
I'm coming around to her way of thinking that it's probably the police, and a small chance that it's some sort of copycat, but more than likely it's just the police. It's the police.
What do you ask her to do?
I still ask her to call the number just in a chance that, like, hey, if I'm wrong and it's not the police and it turns out to be somebody that really is dangerous, like I'm betting my mom's life on it being the police. So at least just call and make it so, for that peace of mind, that we confirm it is what we think it is.
At the end of the recording, you see that you're actually joking about something. Mm-hmm. How do you feel at the end of your meeting with her in Dolce Vita?
I feel much better. I mean, I'm back to the way I started when I came out there, is that I was thinking it was probably the police. And I felt even more likely it was the police after I got done with meeting with her.
Now, when you repeatedly say during this recording that you hope it's the police, did you understand that if it was the police, they thought they would be thinking that you were part of a murder?
Correct.
So why were you hoping it was the police?
Well, I wasn't part of a murder. And if it was the police, it meant there was no danger. Nobody's going to get hurt. And there's no danger to anyone in my family.
Judge, I'm going to move on to another topic.
Before you do that, members of the jury, does anyone need to take a break? Please raise your hand. We will take a brief break. For the next 10 minutes, we'll resume a little bit after 3:30.
So we've listened to 2 hours of dribble, 2 hours of rehearsed, choreographed nonsensical testimony. Now I know why Daniel didn't have co-counsel on the case, because I don't think any co-counsel would have come forward with a defense of this nature. It just defies logic. Every piece of evidence that is damaging to Charlie,
Right.
he has an
You can
explanation.
step back down with your attorneys if you need to confer with
That
them. We'll
happens
get
to
started
be not on
again
a
in
recording.
about 10 minutes.
Judge, we're going to try to fix the computer so I can.
After the bump, he meets with his mother. And his mother now is already supposed to know about this extortion. And he speaks in code to his mother. There is no reason to speak in code if the mom, Donna, knows about the extortion. Absolutely no reason. He then talks to her again in code. Then he meets his mom, and they secretly go by this little beach spot near some fancy restaurant in Miami, and they're whispering in code again because of this so-called extortion. Before he met with her, he called Katie, right? He called Katie on the phone to tell her that his mother had been approached. Anytime during that call did he say, "Hey, Katie, is it the same people that extorted me before, extorting my mom? Can you find out if it's your people? Can you find out?" He never uses the word extortion. Katie's just as concerned. Why is Katie concerned? Because she doesn't know if it's the police. Katie would have no concern if it was her same people extorting him for more money. What would her concern be? No, she's all concerned. But then they meet, and it's encoded conversation. And then apparently he has this conversation that's not recorded conveniently for him, that he uses to his benefit. And then he goes on and comes up with every excuse. His lawyer went line by line, every bad line. The hysterical one that I thought was just so preposterous is when the mom says, and he says, "Who does it involve?" And she says, "Probably the two of us." Probably the two of us. Rathbaum knew that's a major problem for his case. So what did he do? He had Charlie hypothesize, and I say hypothesize because he can't say what his mother was thinking when she said, "Probably the two of us," that it was because of the extortion. That's just not real. It's just not sensical. Everything is not lining up. You know what it reminds me? It reminds me of someone, if you listen to Dolce Vita, and Charlie's a smart guy, okay? And he's playing this role pretty good for a guy looking at murder. He's pretty smart. And he's educated. He's passed his test, his boards. He's been a very successful doctor. He's smart. In Dolce Vita, what does he say? The bump happens. He's meeting with Katie, and he says, "This is all I had time to come up with." If I'm Georgia, I would go and I'd play that part and say, "This is all I had time to come up with." Then I'd say, "Mr. Adelson, when did you get arrested? You've been in jail for over a year. When was your lawyer there? And you've had all the discovery. And you've had an opportunity to go every one of these tapes, every one of these recordings. You've had time to read transcripts of the testimony. So you've had plenty of time to so-called time to come up with. Isn't that what you and your lawyer have done? You've come up with a story that answers every question, but every part that's really bad for you, you blame Katie, or you had a conversation that wasn't recorded, or you were I was just acting tough, even though you were talking about having a gun, gonna kill somebody, and we need to nip this in the bud. None of that is consistent with what you said today. And then let's see what he responds. Let's see what he says to that. Um, it's just problematic that to hear someone, and I understand if he wants to, okay, so he wants to give an explanation for a couple things and say he didn't have the intent, he didn't know, I thought they were going to rough him up. That's one thing. But to come up with this double extortion that no one has mentioned, no calls have talked about extortion because they were afraid to talk about extortion. I saw a comment here that does the Latin kings take payments? That defies logic. Latin kings aren't taking payments. And if he thought it was the same people that because Katie and Sigfredo got into a fight, why didn't he just call Katie and, hey, Katie, can you talk to Tuto or Tato, or can you talk to Sigfredo? Just let me know if it's him. Because if it's him that are threatening my family, I'll let my parents know it's okay. He never does that. He doesn't know. They both don't know. That's why they're talking in code. The mother's talking in code, not because they're victims, but because they're co-conspirators. That's it. Co-conspirators talk in code. Victims don't talk in code. And as much as he said he was afraid they were going to kill him, he could have gone to the police. He could have said his name is Sigfredo Garcia, and I'm being extorted, and I've just given $130,000. They would have given him protection. And he didn't want to talk to the police, and he didn't want to go to cops on this other extortion because then he knew he would have to answer questions about the murder. That's what this is all about. He didn't want Katie, and he didn't want to talk about the murder. That's why after the bump, they didn't go to the police. They were never going to the police. I just believe that Dan made a mistake. He took too long. The jury was probably worn out 2 hours after he couldn't get the recordings to work. He then spent 2 hours on a long-winded. The juror probably missed half of what they were saying. He probably should have broken it up a little better. Probably should have shown some visual, something to get the jurors to move. I locked up and I had to stand up a couple times. And jurors are sitting in a much less comfortable chair. Well, maybe they have but they can't stand up. I found it annoying. I found the testimony troubling. I'm sure that Georgia is just gonna, and she didn't object. I think Georgia has confined herself that I'm just gonna let him do what he wants to do. I'm gonna cross-examine him. And if I was Dan, during cross-examination, I would sit back down and I would put the headset on because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like what I'm going to hear from George Kappelman in cross-examination. So let's see what I can come up with in questions. I'd like to know if anyone on this screen listening believes one half of what Charlie is saying. Does anybody believe half of what Charlie's saying? Does anybody believe that this has not been orchestrated and rehearsed? Does anybody believe that? I do. I really believe now. I know why Dan doesn't have an equal co-counsel. I will tell you, I know a lot of lawyers that would not have participated in this defense. They would not have participated in this defense. And Dan's a smart guy. Does Dan really believe what he is putting forth before this court? Cynthia, you believe him. Wow. You believe all that. And Lori believes him. All right. Well, are you going to keep an open mind for cross-examination? And will you wait till cross-examination? Because it's pretty good right now. I'll give you that. He's got an answer for everything. Will you consider cross-examination and see how he holds up on there before you make a decision? It's a fancy story. And hopefully the jury's going to wait till cross-examination. And if he survives cross-examination from Georgia, well, then we'll have an interesting jury verdict. It's enough for reasonable doubt. Wow. Okay, folks, do you think that the government's going to call Katie Magbanua back to the stand? Do you think it's a good ploy to get her up there to undercut everything that he said? Al Anderson, I think you're right. I think he believes it. I know pathological liars. If they tell the same thing often enough, they believe it. Do you think other Adelsons are under surveillance right now? I don't know. I don't know that. I don't want to speculate on that. I don't think Wendy has any worry about being charged at this point. I think Donna should have some worry. She probably should have legal. I'm sure she has legal counsel. And I don't know about Harvey. Do you think okay, let's see. But there's 12 people on that jury and there's alternates. So I'm getting word that there's one juror from the gallery. That one juror is nodding in agreement with Daniel and Charlie. But we don't know if that juror is an alternate. And depending on where they're sitting, I could tell you if they're an alternate, but I don't know where they're sitting. Usually the first 12 are the jurors, and the next 3 will be the alternates. And if you get 11 jurors and 1, I doubt that 1 will hold up over deliberation after time. Usually takes more than 1 to hold the jury on a murder trial. Stated direct will be believable. Wait for cross. John Singer's correct. And we knew he had a year to prepare. It's like a performance in a show. The kids practice it enough that when the kids go out there and perform it, it looks great, right? And then you get an expert out there to show you everything they did wrong. But we'll see. Cross-examination was always going to be the key to this thing. We all knew that. We knew he's smart enough. We knew he had time. He had money. He had this jury consultant. More than likely, they probably have done mock trials, focus groups. So he's practiced this, I'll call charade, at least 2 or 3 times. And so now he's going before a court with this same charade. Just remember, the case is not over, Amanda. And he still has to get through cross-examination. And we still have rebuttal. And we'll have to see if there's documentary evidence, independent documentary evidence, recordings or tapes that are shown to him that he will have to admit are inconsistent with what he says on the stand. After all, what you're basing your reasonable doubt on is his testimony alone. And the judge is going to tell you, the instructions tell you, that you should have his credibility should be judged harsher than anyone else because he's a defendant. He has the biggest outcome in this case. He has more reason to lie than any defendant or any witness in the case. So at least you're honest, and I hope you'll listen to everything. Yeah, it's so funny about this family. He thought it was IRS. Yeah, because how many dental practices give cash discounts? There's a reason they're giving cash discounts. And there's probably a reason why some of the cash isn't making it to the bank. Sure, they don't want to pay the credit card 2 or 3%. But you're going to start doing cash with pay. How cumbersome that gets with cash discounts, and then you got to worry about employees still in cash. I'm not sure if Katie is going to be called back. I think that decision is being made, maybe over the weekend. I think we'll probably see him on direct for the rest of the day, and cross-examination will start tomorrow. I fully expected that he would have a plausible explanation for everything, including every damaging piece of evidence. But the question, was it reasonable? Is it reasonable to say we're being extorted, but we can't tell anybody and we're going to talk in code? That's not reasonable. And it's not beyond all doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt. So you saw a different Charlie on the stand than you did on the recordings, on the videos. Hasn't even started yet. Charlie was definitely extorted by the head of the crime family. I think the mother has a lot more control in this family than is led to believe. I think Donna is controlling of everybody in the family, except maybe the brother that left and has been ostracized for the family. My dentist gives a discount for cash too. Okay. I guess they don't want to pay the 2 or 3%. And you can see it, but the way they're talking, what was the first thing he said? She was worried about the IRS. What does that tell you? If you're running a business and you're up and up and you're not doing everything right, you wouldn't worry about an IRS. IRS should not be the first thing on your mind when someone's having issues. There's a difference between having some doubt and reasonable doubt. And that's why jurors get back in the room and they discuss things. You may have missed something. You may have come in the middle of this testimony. You may have missed some of the other. And that's why the other jurors will say, well, this is what I heard. This is what I heard. And this is how I feel about it. And then you talk it out and you reason about it. And it's just like a normal conversation you could have with 5 of your friends. 2 people can say something, and then the other 3, and then you're like, wow, I didn't realize that. Maybe I had the wrong opinion. And that's what a jury's going to do. 12 people in that courtroom. Well, reasonable doubt can come from also the lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence, or insufficient evidence. There's really 3 ways to get reasonable doubt. I guess what they're saying, there's a conflict in the evidence. The government put on a strong case that there is a strong probable cause and a circumstantial evidence that he hired the hitman to do the murder. Okay. I was always wondering how they were going to get around the stapled money. Think about it. Let's go back and think about the most damning evidence that came out of Magbanua's trial, that everybody was calling for Charlie to be charged. They introduced his ex-girlfriend, June. June said he had stapled money. Lewis said he got paid with stapled money. That's a strong, strong piece of circumstantial evidence. And remember, at the time, they didn't have Katie Magbanua. They only had Luis Rivera, who said he got paid from Katie. And it was for the lawyer. So the people that are thinking, I have reasonable doubt, in order for you to have reasonable doubt, you would have to believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, on their own, without any money, not knowing Dan MARKEL, who didn't know where he lived, didn't know his address, didn't have a picture of him, were able to come up to Tallahassee on 2 occasions without having money, to come up here and shoot the man on the second trip, and go back and then tell Katie to extort money. That's what you want to believe. Now remember, Dan said that Wendy called Katie. Well, when Wendy was on the stand, she said she's never spoken to Katie. Okay. And when Katie got on the stand, she said she'd never spoken to Wendy. So what does that do to the story weaved by Charlie? His sister's a liar. Katie's a liar. Everybody's a liar but me. And I'm the only one sitting in a defendant chair. We've heard and seen the activities, the brains, and the abilities of Sigfredo Garcia. None of them are consistent with him organizing, paying, finding, killing without screwing it up. And when he did get up here, he shot the car. And then the second time he gets up here, he dilly-dallies around. He couldn't even on the bump get the right phone number. He got all pissed and says, "I'll take care of it." He did nothing. You'd have to believe that he
You can come back to the witness stand. Everyone can be seated.
in order to believe Charlie's story. And if that didn't happen, his story
Are they done
falls
in the
flat.
restroom?
So think about that before you say, and I think I believe it.
Okay. Mr. Rashbaum, time check. Where are we at in said examination?
I'm not sure you want to know.
I noticed before you had a script that it looked
He's
like
not
you
going to
were
finish today.
a quarter, half the way through.
The script is deceiving, but
Uh-huh.
Script. That's it. The script.
I don't anticipate that this will end today.
No doubt.
It may.
That much more ground to cover. All right. Once we get into tomorrow, how long?
I think that'd be a better question after today. No, look, we're going chronologically, right? So we just finished Dolce Vita.
Yes.
There are a couple calls I'm going to play that are coming up, but then I'm going to play very few calls.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rashbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, at this time, I would like to move in Defendant's Exhibit 58, which are selected text messages on July 18th that we discussed earlier.
Well, any objection from the state other than what's already been made?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted over objection, you may proceed with publishing.
I don't need to publish, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember what you did when you left Dolce Vita?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do?
I got in the car and I called my mom up on the phone.
Where was your mom when you called her?
I think she was at the city park.
Now, throughout this call, you don't mention Katie's name. Why don't you mention her name?
I think I was just always just being careful, but I mean, there was no big deal. My mom knew that I was going to go meet Katie, and I just spoke in general terms.
You tell your mom that everything is fine. What are you telling your mom when you tell her that?
I'm letting her know that it's the police, because that's how I left it when I left my meeting with my mom before I went crazy and I heard all about Luis Rivera. I'm letting my mom know like everything's fine. It's the police.
At the end of this call, there's discussion about cheerleading and Passover. What is your level of concern when you have this call with your mom?
I believe that there is no danger to my family at this time. We're very minimal.
Now, do you recall that the call got cut off? Well, let me say it differently. Withdraw the question, Your Honor. Do you recall that your mom, on the end of this call, had to call you back?
Yes.
And do you recall that about 10 minutes, 5 minutes later, she did call you back?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Judge, at this point in time, I'd like to play State Exhibit G.
You may proceed.
And this is a call between you and your mom at 5:06 on April 20th. I don't hear anything.
Test your equipment again.
I didn't do it. Let's try it again.
Yeah.
Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to just schedule.
Nothing in the headphones now.
I think it's clear on the speakers, but I guess play it once again. Hold your thumbs up if you can hear it clearly over the speaker.
Yeah.
Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to just schedule it for Monday because she was leaving.
Yeah.
So
There is.
How about on the speakers? I know you can't hear it.
You just want it to be a little bit louder on the speaker, you're saying? I'm not Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not sure why we can't get this to work from call to call, but
No. Let's see if everyone can hear it without the headphones.
can you turn up the speaker?
It's at max capacity.
Okay.
Which is lower than my voice.
Except for when you're excited.
Exactly.
Good. I just so I hung out with my friend, and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff, and then she's gonna come tomorrow to either my office or Thanos's office and tell me how it works. How she thought about it. So
okay.
So I'll talk to her tomorrow. I wish her the best of luck.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So you think she'll be okay? You think everything will be good for her?
I told her. I mean, like I was explaining to you, with relationships, they either go one of two ways. Like it's,
right.
So it's going to be one of two ways. So.
Yeah. Well,
but that's
how you want it.
Yeah.
How it would be best for her. Yes, honey, you can. All right, Charlie. I love you.
What
all.
are they? Yeah, you're welcome. So
Yeah, just hoping Dad has a good day at the office.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I like him to have a good night's sleep. So
Yeah.
he works on a long day. Wednesday's a long day.
But I truly would not worry about anything.
Wait a second, Lincoln, honey. This little girl is on. Come here, honey. Wait till she finishes, and then you'll go on. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, without a doubt, I wouldn't.
Okay, I hope so.
There's nothing to worry about.
No.
No.
So you'll be up at the office. You'll be at our office all day tomorrow.
From 11 to probably by 3, I'm going to be gone.
Oh, really? I'm done for the day?
Well, then I go to Thanos' office.
Oh, to Thanos. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I hate this area of like Ives Dairy and 95.
Very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic. So to go from like, I mean, literally, for me to go from like, on Biscayne to like all the way to like 95, it's the same amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach.
Wow.
Just east-west. It's quicker for me to go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale than to be in Miami and go to the highway. I mean, it's 2 lanes, like 2 schools and everything. So, all right.
That's the they're swinging. I'm pushing as high as I can, and that's the squeak of the swings.
All right.
So I'm pushing them. The old grandma. Oh my gosh. All right, I love you.
Yeah, you probably feel, but I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I would not.
Well, if your theory is correct, then that'll be, we don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, it's you have to realize something. It does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing. They're not going to gain anything. They're still going to be in the same situation. It's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody. So
no, I know that.
And listen, the thing is this: is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right. Not at all.
Not at all. So.
When you call your mom back, there's a reference to Harvey. Harvey's your dad, right?
Yes.
There's a reference to hoping, your mom says she hopes Harvey had a good day at the office. She'd like him to have a good night's sleep. What did you understand this to be a reference to?
My dad's about to find out what had happened to me 2 years earlier and what's happening to my mom now.
You're telling your mom repeatedly in this call that not to worry about anything. Why are you telling her not to worry about anything?
Because my mom was worried that a gay member was going to come and hurt her, or somebody was trying to extort her for money.
Now, you then say, not like you ever threatened anyone or hurt anyone, and she says to you, your theory is correct. What was your theory? Well, first of all, when did you go over your theories with each other?
When I saw my mom 2 hours before this call was placed.
And what was your theory and what was her theory?
My theory was that it's the police. My mom's theory was that it's a bad guy and they're going to hurt one, and then somebody else in the family is going to pay the money. And that this was a serious threat and her life's in danger.
You then start talking about, again, how there were no threats, no disguise. Why are you telling this to your mom?
I'm telling my mom that this is so different. It can't be the same person. It can't be the same people that are behind my extortion that are behind her extortion.
Moving on to State Exhibit H. Now, State Exhibit H is a call that's in evidence between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanua. Do you recall listening to that call?
Yes, I do.
Now, you obviously weren't on the call initially, right?
I was never on that call.
On the call, you can hear them fighting, and Sigfredo is refusing to make the phone call, right?
Yes.
Again, what had you discussed with Katie at Dolce Vita? What were you hoping that she would do?
That she would at least make the phone call, even though we were pretty sure it was the police. I mean, there's still a chance that you're wrong, and this is a copycat who doesn't realize that I was extorted, and they're running their own extortion off of it and chasing down my mom.
The next day is now April 21st. And the state put in State's Exhibit J. And this is a 22-minute call between you and Katherine Magbanua. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Was this the first time that you spoke with Katie after your meeting at Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
On this call, are you asking to meet with her?
Yes, I want to see her.
And how is she responding to meeting with you?
She's blowing me off. I'm trying to have her come to my office. I'm trying to have her come to the second office I'm at. She can't find it in her time to come meet me.
And when she seems that way, are you offering to pay for some things for her, like helping her get a hotel room and the keys?
Yeah, and that was actually even before the bump. She had asked me for something, and I said, sure, I'll do it for you. And it was a $300 hotel room. And that was before the bump. But yes.
Now, during this call, Katie starts talking about investments in properties. Do you remember that?
I do.
When she starts talking about the investments in the properties, at first, do you have any idea what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
So in this trial, there's been a lot of talk about code. And the government has a nice little cheat sheet as to what they believe the various code words were. Did you and Katie ever discuss any code words?
There was never any code discussed.
But it's fair to say that when you're speaking on the phone with Katie and when you're speaking on the phone with your mom, you're talking very carefully.
Extremely carefully.
And for different reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about why you're talking carefully with Katie. What was the reason why you continued to talk very carefully on the phone with Katie?
I didn't want Katie to think that I was setting her up.
Now, when you say you didn't want her to think that you were setting her up, at this point in time, you didn't think she was part of any murder or any extortion, right?
Correct.
So how would you be setting her up?
Well, she's tied to the people who murdered Dan MARKEL, and I'm tied to her. So if I went to the police, I would be calling her up and trying to get them caught, and I'd be talking in a much more blunt way.
And what are you afraid of if she thinks that you're setting her up? There's probably a couple things you're afraid of, but what are some of those things that you're afraid of?
The number one thing is I'd get killed because they think I'm a loose end.
Okay, what's the number two thing?
Number two thing is I'd get zero help. She would help me with nothing.
And help in finding out what?
Who's behind the second extortion of my mom.
Now, ultimately, during this call, you figure out what she's talking about with properties, right?
As she goes, I'm catching on to some of her lingo.
She says to you, I was talking to someone. do you think that would be a good investment? He was like, no, that is a really stupid. You should really use your head. What did you understand her to be saying? Who is the he?
Well, by this time, she was back with her ex-husband, and I assume that person to be Sigfredo Garcia.
Did you assume her to be saying to you, he doesn't want to make the phone call at this point?
No.
Now, she says, but he is going to look into a couple things, a couple of properties, and find out what's going on. And then I'll go from there, because you can't just jump into a place you don't even know. What did you understand her to be telling you here?
She was saying that she's going to look into it. You just can't pay extortion. You don't even know who the person is.
She then says later in the call that she thinks that the property was posted incorrectly. She also says that she thinks it's a false lead.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand her to be saying to you at that point in time?
She's trying to tell me that this is the police. This is not real extortion. And that's pretty much what she was saying, exactly what she was saying the day before.
She says it's one of two scenarios. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What did you understand her to be saying were the two scenarios?
Well, the first one is the police, where she's like, you can't pay the police. And the second one would have been a copycat extorter, but not being possibly Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia.
In response, you say, the thing is that property came with full listing, everything but pictures. What are you saying here?
I'm saying that this extortion came with so much information. And that was the thing with the first extortion on July 18th, is that I had no information. Even when I guessed, the person wouldn't say, she just said, no, I'm not going to tell you.
And so the fact that it came with everything but the pictures, what did that make you feel it was?
That it was more than likely law enforcement. I mean, they were giving you phone numbers, they were giving you names, they weren't trying to hide who they were. It had to be, it more than likely was law enforcement, but it's still a small chance it could have been a copycat extorter.
15 minutes and 45 seconds in this call. She says, I did some research. I will find out more. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. How was she acting?
Like she was protecting me, and she was trying to help.
And incidentally, what did you think she was doing for you for the past 20 months since the extortion that occurred on July 18th?
I thought she was protecting me.
You then start talking with her about other types of real estate. Was this real estate at this point?
There was some real talk about real estate because she was working in a real estate company.
And you tell her that you'll lend her money for her real estate career?
Yeah, she once asked me if she ever found a good place, would I lend the money and go in partnership with her. And I always said if you found the right deal, I would, but we never spoke any specifics beyond that.
And you talked to her about helping her out with her car?
Yeah.
Why were you offering to help Katherine Magbanua out with her real estate career and her car, and saying that at this point in time?
I didn't think that she was benefiting from the extortion of me at all. She always told me she never took any money. Her credit cards were getting declined at Old Navy. She's borrowing money. I thought that she got dragged into this in the same way I got dragged into this.
Now, the next call that's in evidence is K. And this is April 21 at, I believe, 11 o'clock a.m. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This is a call between you and your mom, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first call since the call that we just heard where your mom is swinging the boys at the park, right?
Right.
Now, there's a discussion on this call about meeting with your dad. Why were you going to meet with your dad?
Well, I knew the night of the 20th, my mom was going to tell my dad what had happened to me and what's happening to her now. And I knew my dad was going to want to talk to me and find out what's going on. So I told my mom, listen, I'll talk to dad when he wants to talk to me tomorrow, just have him meet me.
50 seconds into this call, which again, I don't think we need to play it, is K. You say, I saw a lot of police everywhere giving traffic tickets, so be careful. Anyway, that's who I think it is for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. What are you telling your mom here?
I'm telling my mom, be careful where you talk about this. I don't want the police to know that I know anything or that I was extorted. They're going to come talk to you. So please be careful where you talk.
And when your mom responds, again, on the earlier call, well, that's good if your theory is correct. What do you understand your mom to be hoping for?
My mom was hoping it was the police.
Now, after this call, you have a call with your dad, and where do you all decide to meet for dinner?
I was originally going to just have my dad come by my house, but I was working late, and I told my dad I'll meet him at like a halfway point between my place and his place, and I met him for sushi down in Miami.
And let's talk about Matsuri.
Okay.
Did you go to the restaurant straight from work?
Yes, I did.
Who got there first?
I think my dad was there before me.
When you got there, could you all get a table right away?
No, it was not at night, but the place was packed.
Where did you go when you couldn't get a table?
We waited for about 15 minutes and told the person seating people that we'll just take a seat at the bar. Take 2 seats at the bar if you can.
Before you got seats at the bar, did you go anywhere to talk with your dad?
Yeah, we put our name down and we were just sitting outside the restaurant on a bench.
Did you notice anyone around you?
No.
As a result, were you able to talk freely?
Yeah.
Without going into the whole discussion again, what did you discuss generally with your dad?
I told him what had happened to me, and I told him that I thought it was the police that were doing this to mom, and that this is just so different.
Now, was it clear to you when you met with your dad in the outside of the restaurant that your mom had told him everything by that point in time?
She told him everything.
Was it clear that he knew that this was related to Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, I want to emphasize this point in time, did your mom or your dad know anything about Tato being in prison, confirmation that Sigfredo Garcia was the extorter? Did they know anything about that?
Well, the undercover had told my mom that Tata was incarcerated. But aside from that, everything that I found out at lunch the day before, or meeting with Katie after I saw my mom, I hadn't spoken to my mom about it. So she knew none of that.
Now, was your dad upset with you?
He wanted to know, why didn't I come to him? And I said, Dad, I thought if I went to you, I didn't think I'd be able to stop you from going to the police. I don't think you would have realized the danger that I was in, and the family you would be putting the family in. So I didn't want to tell anybody. The only reason I told Mom was because when I ended up picking up the checks from her, when she found out.
He now knows, though, right? He knows as of the evening of April 20th when your mom tells him, but he knows as of Matsuri.
Yes.
Does he say to you, Charlie, I got to go to the police?
No, I think my mom scared him pretty good.
And when you spoke to him, was he behind you in not going to the police?
Yeah, I mean, he understood why I didn't go. I mean, he understood how serious it was. This was not a small threat.
Did you tell him outside the restaurant before you go in to eat that you were pretty sure it was the police?
Yeah, and I went through all the reasons that we've spoken about, that it was. I was fairly certain it was the police.
Now, you end up getting seated at the restaurant, and where do they seat you?
They seat us at the sushi bar. So
Now, Matsuri, it's a pretty authentic Japanese sushi restaurant, right?
yeah, it's in a strip shopping center, but you go in there and like half the people are Japanese. It's very authentic.
At first, did you notice anyone sitting next to your dad?
No, we just sat at the bar. It was just the two of us.
Later, did you notice someone?
Yes, a gentleman comes over and sits down next to my dad.
Now, before we get into some of the details, did anything initially strike you as very weird about this person who was sitting next to your dad? What was the first thing that struck you as being kind of off?
He was very rude.
How was he rude?
Well, I mean, we're sitting there and we got our dinner plates at the sushi bar. They serve you your food. And so your dinner plate's there and your drinks are there. And he comes over and he plops this big bag down right next to my dad's dinner plate. And it's like, you don't put your belongings on the dinner table. And it just struck me. I looked at the guy, he put his belongings down and his keys, and it's like sitting next to my dad's plate. I'd never seen that done like that before.
And that was off to you, right?
Yeah, I just thought the guy was rude. He was off, yeah.
I want to take you back to before you saw the guy. You've seen the recording. Was there some discussion between you and your dad before the recording that the jury has?
Yes.
Okay. But the recording starts with you almost mid-sentence saying, I can even tell you he's at Giant Stadium. Do you remember that?
I do.
What are you talking about there?
I'm saying that we're talking about it being the police, and I'm saying the police are just following a lead that's not true.
Now, are you actually using the word police?
No.
Okay. You then say it's not done. By the way, what's the reference to Giant Stadium?
Supposedly some guy, Jimmy Hoffa, who got killed years ago, was buried in the end zone of Giant Stadium. So the police went and dug up the end zone thinking that he was there because somebody said it. So they investigated it, but it was never true.
Now, you then say it's not done like that. What were you telling your dad was not done like that?
The extortion wasn't done like it was done to me. It's being done to my mom. That's not how it's done.
And you do this twice, but at 50 seconds into the recording, you say, and the funny thing is, and you whisper something in your dad's ear.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't know the exact words, but what did you whisper into your dad's ear?
I was saying they don't realize I was extorted the first time, and this is the same thing that's getting done. Then the second time I say this is like, the funny thing is, this is like deja vu.
We're going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
Then there is talk about why they didn't go to Wendy. And why did you think they didn't go to Wendy?
I think they didn't go to Wendy because the police already spoke to her.
And Harvey asks you if Katie agrees with you. Agrees with you about what?
That it's the police.
Throughout the video, you're seen repeatedly looking at the guy next to your dad.
Yes.
Why are you looking at him the second time? What piques your attention next?
Well, the waitress came over, and the first thing he said to her is, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And she even just looked at him. I mean, it's like, it's a sushi bar. You come here to eat sushi, and it's not a place where you come in and you're like, "What kind of salads you have here?" And then when I looked at him, he looked at me, and then he ordered his salad, and he ordered a California roll. So I was like, this guy really doesn't like sushi, and he's coming into a sushi restaurant at 9:00 at night by himself. He seems really odd.
Now, you then say again at some point, and the funny thing is, it's unintelligible after. Do you think you know what you said at that point?
I said, this is like deja vu.
You're then eating and you say to your dad, I think there's a recorder in the bag. Your dad asks whether they can do that, and you say they can with a warrant. Why did you think there was a recorder in the bag, and who did you think was sitting next to your dad?
I mean, the way the guy ordered his food, I mean, he clearly doesn't like sushi, and he's sitting in a sushi restaurant, and then he's sitting there with this bag on a table next to our dinner plate. He's either the rudest guy ever, or could be a police officer, or I could be just completely wrong, and he is just a rude guy.
And so what happens after, as Ms. Kappelman says, he was made? What happens after you realize that he is a police officer, or someone, you have suspicions that he's a police officer?
Yeah, we no longer talk about the extortion.
Why don't you talk about it? What would be the problem with the police knowing about the extortion, the first extortion?
It's the same reason I didn't go to the police the night of July 18th, is that I was worried about my life, my family's life. And I bounced back and forth between, should I go, should I not go? And every time I went through the pros and cons, I mean, it wasn't going to bring Dan back. The people who did this don't care about killing someone in the middle of the day. I mean, there's not a question, especially sitting here and seeing Luis Rivera come in, and I know who Sigfredo Garcia is. I don't think these guys would have cared. I think they would have killed me.
Now, after dinner, you leave the restaurant and you go in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And you thought you were going to just go to your cars. Your dad walks you to your car first, and what happens?
We're just talking, and he's asking me a few more questions, and then he asked me about who's Tato. Like, what's the story with him? Did Katie know who Tato is?
And at that point in time, for the first time, did you tell your dad what you had learned in the car with Katie the day before?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not holding anything back from my parents, and I told my dad that, yeah, Dad, Tato's a real person, and he's the head of the Latin Kings of Miami, and he's the one who killed Dan.
When you tell your dad that, how does he react?
He's like, look, you think it's the police, why not, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Let's just go to the police now. Don't you think that's the safest thing to do? And I said, absolutely not. I mean, these people are connected. They know other people out there. I didn't go to the police originally. I don't want to do that. And he's like, well, I said, I think it's the police, so there's nobody's going to get hurt. And he's like, well, what if you're wrong?
And did this discussion go back and forth for a while?
Yeah, because I mean, what do you say when someone says, what if you're wrong? I mean, you're going to get killed.
What did you tell him you would continue to do?
I said, listen, I'm going to talk to Katie. I'm going to, hopefully she'll come by and see me tomorrow, or I'll talk to her and see if she's reached out to these people and to see if it is legitimate extortion or if it's just the police.
Did you again go over with your dad all the reasons why you were sure it wasn't the police?
That it was the police.
I'm sorry, that it was the police.
Yeah. At that point, I did. I rehashed everything again and went through everything that we discussed.
And at the end of leaving the restaurant, what did your dad agree to?
He agreed not to go to the police.
The next day, you speak with your mom, correct? This is April 22nd.
Yes, I do.
This is defense exhibit. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm a little confused. Hold on a second. This call is not in evidence. On this call, just to refresh your memory so that we don't have to play it. Well, let me first offer it into evidence. Judge, it's labeled Defense Exhibit 100. It's a call between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson on April 22nd. It's State Call 1695. We would move it into evidence.
Any objection from the state?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to escort you to the jury room. I'm going to listen to the call.
Oh boy. That sounds good, everybody. It's some Red Bull. Where do we go from here? It's a continuation of the first.
Everyone can be seated.
The judge is
You
going to
can
make
play the
sure
call, please.
that
Would you like me to put a full
nothing in the tape is inappropriate. Once the hearsay objection was made,
Well, how
Judge,
long is the call?
to it,
let me check.
and then decide whether or not he thinks before the jurors can hear it. The jurors were probably happy to get that break. It's been a slow, laborious process by the defense. And as you can tell, much of the gallery has left for the day. They were waiting for a more eventful afternoon. I'm sure they'll be there for a cross-examination. It'll be packed again. Charlie does appear like he's
All right.
smarter than everybody.
I believe the context of the call is really going to matter here, but how
He is
long is the
so
portion that you plan to
confident
publish?
in himself. He truly believes that he can sell this story and that he can endure cross-examination and convince this jury that he's innocent. He truly believes that in his own mind.
I think I could stop it at around 7:30.
All right. Go ahead and just start it from the beginning.
From the beginning of the call, 15.
Yep. Go ahead.
I started it.
Well, I guess it's a good thing when you're not hearing voices, but I do actually do need to hear the voices to get through this issue.
I really hate computers.
It's been a really long day for
Tony,
everybody.
I'm sorry. Let me say hello to him. Charlie, hold on a second, okay?
Can you rewind at the beginning? It was digging.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Charlie,
George is
Hey,
not
Dad.
abused.
how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Not too much. I got the boys
Logo.
finishing up a
This
computer show. You finished? Good. Shut it off, Lincoln. Go brush your teeth, and I got to get Ben. Ben, go brush your teeth now. Ben, go brush your teeth. All right. I got Uncle Charlie on the phone. You want to say hello to him? Charlie, hold on a second, okay?
Okay. Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Well, you know. You know.
Any
No.
more drama?
No, I had busy day. I got up early and cooking a lot of stuff to the Seder for tomorrow, and then no, Ben, go to Grandma and get your teeth brushed. What? One second. Really? Okay, Lincoln, go get your teeth brushed, baby. And then we went to the courthouse. It was very nice. We met Wendy Judge.
Oh, nice.
She is like your next door neighbor.
Really?
She had said that all along because I remember the other judge she works for. Whoa.
Really?
Impossible. Very difficult woman. This guy is like,
Like fun?
Yeah, just like your neighbor, just sitting, friendly, talking, kidding about how, because one of the guys there, this black guy named Charlie, is with a girl now, and he's pretty serious. So he's saying, yeah, we've all been trying to tell him, secrets of a happy marriage. He says, I'm married, I don't know, 30 years or something, this judge. He says, secrets of a happy marriage is yes, dear, it all works. He says, actually, what really works is you're right. Yes, dear. So he said, it's worked for me. He said, I'm happy. I got 2 great daughters. My life is good. He says, so I'm trying to tell Charlie, practice every day. Yes, dear, you're right. He said, you'll do great. So, but he was like funny and casual, and it was casual Friday, so he's just wearing like a pair of pants and a collared, like a colored shirt. Casual shirt, t-shirt type thing, and so friendly. Just what Wendy said, a genuinely nice guy. You wouldn't think he's an appellate judge. You just wouldn't believe it. So super nice guy, and I'm happy for her because she's nice. And the other 4 people, that we met, also so nice.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, this guy Trinity. I think Trinity is Wendy's age. I thought she told me he used to be a cop, and then he went to law school, and now he's doing this. Beautiful job, Ben. And he, and he's the one that's married and has 2 kids. And it's such a difference because, for whatever reason, Ben didn't want the ice cream cake. So he went back into Wendy's office, and we're all sitting and having cake. And after about 15 minutes, this guy Trinity gets up, and we thought he was in the bathroom. So anyway, yes, he did, honey. He just did. He has an extra brush in there. So there's some things that I was hoping. No, I'm going to ask him. He said, "What time tomorrow?" Hoping I'm going to have a little time with you tomorrow, just to talk about some of the cases that we need to go over. So okay. All your stuff. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I'll get you one. So I would like, if that's possible, maybe. What do you think?
Well, I'm waking up early in the morning. I'm driving up to West Palm Beach.
I know you said that. I couldn't remember though what you were doing up there. You
I'm
were.
going racing. That's
Oh. Maybe you're doing something. Dad said, "What's he doing?" I said, "You know what? I don't remember." He told me he was doing something. I couldn't
yeah,
remember.
no, I'm going racing. I got all the guys going up there.
Yeah.
And it was,
How many of you were going?
I think just 4 of us.
Yeah. Is Scotty one of them?
Scott Jones, who? Scott Radius or Scott Jones?
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a
Yeah.
second. What, Lincoln?
I know when the rescue bus first got their color.
Yeah.
When they scanned their vehicle, they turned into the vehicle and then they transformed and they got their color.
Oh, okay. Tell Grandpa to get a book and go into bed with you, and I will be right there. Okay. I forgot about that. Okay. You can have not this one, honey. Let me do this with you tomorrow, please, Ben. So you're going up there early. So what is that like? About 3-4 hours of racing or less?
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking at an hour. It's an hour and 15 minutes there. It's an hour and 15 minutes back to here, and I'll probably be there for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
Okay. If it doesn't work, maybe maybe I'll stay a little bit later. Because dinner, it's not going to be a ladies' night,
No. I can always talk to you after. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Sure.
Has there been any more drama?
No.
Zero.
Yeah.
Did Dad tell you what I spoke to him about?
Yeah. And I have a couple of questions. That's what I want to have a chance to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, but it makes
to go over those cases.
Makes perfect sense, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But I still have some questions and things that I think need to be addressed. But we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, listen, there's no rush. I don't start work till Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not like asking you tomorrow, but
yeah.
What I've thought everything through again and again and again, and I think I'm 100% right.
Yeah. Oh, I would hope so. That would be,
or 99% right, because none of it makes any sense.
No.
None of it makes any sense. I mean, there's no. It's not. I'm just telling you, it's not done like that. It's not. I know for a fact it's not. It's not done like that at all. And they're approaching somebody who has nothing to do with anything, which is even sillier.
Yeah.
So listen, my feeling is that you go to. I'll tell you what my feeling is. But it's utter nonsense. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's utter nonsense, and I wouldn't pay it any attention. No attention at all. It's not done like that. It's flat out. It's not done like that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can say it on the phone without saying it, but it's not done in such a nice manner.
No,
it's not. It's not done like that. It's done like that if you want someone to talk to you. If it's otherwise, it would just be. It wouldn't be done like that.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing. Listen. If you're. Listen,
let's go.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's really what I thought. I think it's nonsense.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Okay. All right, sweetie. So, are you going out tonight?
Nah, probably not, because I want to get up and do racing in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then do all that.
Okay. Well, you're going to have fun tomorrow. That sounds great.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm buying the cart.
What cart?
I'm buying the go-kart tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were racing cars.
Kart racing.
Oh, I thought CARS. Oh.
No, you can't rent cars to race. They'll never let you rent a car.
So a cart. So what is everybody doing that? They buy carts?
Well, I'm buying my go-kart.
So what is everybody else doing?
They're renting it,
portion you wish to publish.
But I'm going pro.
Yeah.
Listen, I've always wanted a go-kart.
Yeah, those go karts like about $7,000.
With regard to the hearsay objection, the part that really struck my ear was your client saying it's not done this way. What is his qualification to essentially make this opinion if this is not hearsay?
His qualification is he's been extorted before and he knows it's not done this way.
Assuming there are many ways to skin a cat beyond the one way in which he's alleging to have been extorted, what is his foundation to make this opinion?
He's making an opinion based on his past, and it goes to his state of mind. So even though it's hearsay, it's an exception to the hearsay rule, which is his state of mind.
State any further argument? All right. I am going to sustain the objection. Your client may testify as to any matters he can recall, but specifically not getting into the substance of this call itself.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors.
Self-serving tape.
You may.
And the judge made the right decision. That shouldn't come in. He likes to use the state of mind because it's an exception to hearsay. But it's really got to be a real state of mind, not just some contrived reason to get in an opinion, which is what he was trying to do. So the judge gave him a chance. He listened to it, heard argument, and he kept it out.
Probably till 5:45.
All right, jury member in the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. The objection as to hearsay is sustained. You may continue.
The Matsuri dinner was on April 21, 2016, correct?
Yes.
The next day, you have a call with your mother. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
During that call with your mother, do you recall asking her whether dad had told her everything that you told him the night before?
Yeah.
Overall, we can answer the question. It's not getting to the substance of. You may continue.
Yes, I asked her, had my dad told her everything that I talked with him at dinner about.
And on that call, what again do you tell your mom, even with what you had told your dad the night before?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, I'm going to allow him to answer the question as long as it's not going to get into an out-of-court statement. You may answer the question.
That it's not done this way. I know for a fact. And I'm 99% sure it is what I thought it was.
What was the basis for you telling your mom that?
I wanted to calm her down and tell her that I'm more sure that it's the police. The basis was the guy that sat next to us at the restaurant who went to the sushi restaurant and wanted to eat a California roll and was real rude.
Okay. Now I want to go to April 23rd. Okay. April 23rd. Judge, may we go sidebar very briefly?
Approach.
sounds like he's about to get into an area that either he knows could be problematic, could be objectionable, or could have had an earlier ruling against him. And he's hoping now the court will change the ruling. He's doing that so he won't get in the ire of the government, of the judge. And he may be alerting the judge what he's about to do and getting
On
permission.
April 23rd, do you find out later in the day that a letter has been sent to your parents' home?
20. The letter was
That your parents received a letter on April 23rd.
it was on a Monday. Was that the 23rd?
Can we show what exhibit is the letter? Do you have the letter?
I believe this is already entered into evidence.
It is. Do you have the letter? 79. We'll look at it after. I can't. Will you take my word that the letter was received by your parents on April 23rd?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, I think it was Monday the 25th.
You're right. Don't take my word. The letter was received on April 25th.
That I will agree with.
Now, on April 23rd, did you find out that Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were in a big fight?
Yeah, I did actually.
And did you learn that Katherine Magbanua had left him?
Yeah, I believe when I called her on the phone, she said she took her shit and left.
Now, on the 23rd, when you find that out, were you upset?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Well, at this point in time, Katie had been protecting me in the first extortion. With Katie being with Sigfredo Garcia, that was the best chance I had to try to stop the second extortion or to find out who's behind it. And then it also made me think that the timing of their explosive breakup and the timing of the guy extorting my mom and the fact that I had just found out on Wednesday, the 20th, that Sigfredo was behind what happened to me was very suspicious. So it opened the door in my head to thinking, like, what if Katie's, what if she's breaking up with him because she found out that he's behind the extortion of my mom and she doesn't want to tell me. So my mind was going there.
And then 2 days later, the letter arrives at your parents' apartment, right?
Yes, on that Monday.
Okay, so let's talk about that Monday, April 25th. Where were you working that day?
I was actually working in that office in South Beach, just a couple blocks away.
And after work, where did you go?
I went over to my parents' house to stop off.
What happened when you got to your parents' house?
My parents were really shaken up because they got a very threatening letter mailed to them saying that you don't take me serious and Tato is fucked and soon you will be fucked too. And it was mailed to their apartment. So now they're saying, who's ever doing this, they know where we live, not just the building. They know the apartment number. Like this, they were scared.
Did your parents think that the letter was more threatening or less threatening than the original communication on the street?
Way more threatening.
And what did you do after you found out about the letter?
After I found out about the letter, I called Katie because I'm thinking like this has to be Sigfredo. Like they're fighting and he was behind what happened to me. Not that this has to be, but like it was real suspicious, and I wanted to see what her feelings were. And she was avoiding me. You know, I tried to see Katie on Thursday. I tried to have her come to my office, to either one of the offices I was working at. She wouldn't come. Tried to have her come on Friday. She wouldn't come. I wanted to see if she wanted to see me Saturday. She was avoiding me. And then it just all was lining up to, it was making me question a lot.
Now, the state put in M. Is that a call that you had with Katie about meeting with her, and this is after the letter arrives?
Yeah, I wanted her to come down to meet me.
Did she agree to meet with you on the evening of the 25th?
Yeah, she drove down to where I was at.
Where did you meet with her?
I met her at my parents' building. I was downstairs.
Did you meet her around the same place that you had met with your mom after the bump?
Yeah.
What did you do when you met? Did you stay in one spot or did you go someplace?
No, we just went for a walk along the sidewalk, along the water, and we walked probably a good 30, 40 minutes maybe.
What did you discuss on your walk?
I confronted her and asked her, do you think that this is Sigfredo that's doing this to my mom? And she again said, no, absolutely not. I'm like, but come on, can you tell me? Because you guys are fighting, and I know he was behind. Now, what happened to me is this what you guys are fighting about? Do you not want to tell me? And she was adamant that it wasn't him. And then I said, well, what about Tato? What about Luis Rivera? And she said, it doesn't seem like something he would do. This is not how he would do it. She said, but he is incarcerated, and Sigfredo did bring him on. He is the one who killed Dan. Is maybe one of his people is trying to do an extortion off of something that he thinks was a murder for hire, because whoever it is writing this thinks it was a murder for hire, which it wasn't. So I opened up that possibility, and she said, well, probably not, but she said, it could be, it's probably the police. She still was like, it's the police, but it could be a copycat.
What did she tell you that she would do?
She was going to call the number, and I was like, you haven't called yet. And she said, no, she hadn't. So I'm like, can you please call the number and see if you know these people and see if you can get it to stop?
After you did it, how long were you with her this evening on this walk where you're having this discussion?
I mean, it was probably 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back, and we sat for like 10 minutes. So, I mean, it was over an hour for sure, hour and a half.
When she left, did you stay in South Beach?
Yeah. And I tried to get her to call the number by telling her, like, my parents are going to go to the police. Like they are going to go if you don't give them some peace of mind and find out that confirm for me.
By the way, this is April 25th. Is that the last time that you saw Katherine Magbanua in person?
Yes.
Now, after you meet with her that night, do you meet with your parents again?
Yeah, I went over. My parents were actually at my sister's apartment, which was a few blocks away. So when I got done there, I sat for a little while, and then I went over to my parents' apartment, to my sister's apartment.
When you went to your sister's apartment, was she there?
No, she wasn't.
And who did you meet with?
My mom came downstairs. My dad stayed up in the apartment because the kids were sleeping.
Why did you meet with your mom alone outside of the apartment? What was your mom and dad afraid of?
I think that what they didn't want was Wendy coming home and then starting to question what's going on.
What did you tell your mom when you met with her?
I told her that I talked to Katie, and she does not think that it's Sigfredo, and she still thinks it's the police, and that she's going to look into it on the chance that it's a copycat, and it's a second layer of extortion.
Now, April 26th, the government put in Exhibit O, which is a call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, and they put in a text message, which is P and Q, which are text messages between them. You recall that?
Yes.
And I know you weren't privy to this in real time, but those calls and text messages show that the two of them are fighting still, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, strike that, Your Honor. During those calls, what is Katherine Magbanua trying to get Sigfredo Garcia to do?
She wants him to call the number.
Now, the next morning, and this is R, 10:30 a.m., you have a call with your mom. Do you recall that?
Yeah. What date is that?
April 26th now.
Okay.
And you talk about whether she feels better about the things you told her last night. What were the things you told her last night?
I told her that it's the police and that you're not going to be harmed. You're not in any danger. And my mom was hung up on the fact that the person was ratcheting up their threats, making deliveries to their apartment, telling them that they're going to be fucked if they don't pay up.
And there's some discussion about the letter being written like a girl. Do you remember that?
The beginning part of it was like a girl. The second part sounded real tough.
And so what did you mean about the beginning part of it being written like a girl?
If this guy's saying that he's a Latin king, I can't imagine a Latin king writing "you don't care" as a phrase. It doesn't sound right. Doesn't mean it's not a copycat, but it doesn't sound like that's who it is, who she thinks it is.
At the end of this call, and this is R again, around 2 minutes in, you say, one, they weren't the same person, without a doubt. Listen, I know. I actually do know how these things are done. And that was the same thing that I said. It is not done like this. Your mom says, yeah, that is what you explained. And you say, no, it is 48 hours. You recall that?
Exactly, yes.
When you say they aren't the same person, what are you saying?
I'm saying it's not the same people that extorted me that are extorting you. It's clearly not the same as the first extortion.
And when you say it's 48 hours, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to what happened to me on July 18th when I was told you got 48 hours or we're going to kill you.
We then go to State's Exhibit S, which is later that same day. And you learn that your dad didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
Why were you upset about that?
Because I knew how this extortion was affecting them. I mean, my dad's probably missed 2 sick days in the last 20 years, and he's afraid he's going to get killed in the parking lot of him walking into his office because he's getting extorted by some Latin King gang member at this point, and he's afraid to go to work. So even though they're telling me they're okay, I know when my dad's not going to work, there's something seriously wrong.
And your mom asks you whether you ever checked the phone number I gave you last night. Again, what is she referring to?
She's saying, did you follow up on this? Is this person really a dangerous person?
Your mom then starts talking about fixing bridges. And you say, Mom, just stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. What are you frustrated with her about?
I'm frustrated. My mom's trying to talk carefully, and I understand that, but I'm letting her know, like, this is the police. Like, I do not think you're in any danger. This is not the same as the extortion that I dealt with. They're not approaching you the same way I was approached. There's so many things that are different. Like, I keep telling them, like, this is the police. You're not in any danger. And she's fixated. And I understand. So they're older, and someone's sending a letter to the house saying you're going to be fucked if you don't pay up. They're scared.
You say 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the call. It's not like, oh, we'll get one of them and the other one will start paying. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you referring to?
That's what my mom's theory was, is that they're going to get her and they're going to hurt her, and then someone else, and then they'll go to someone else in the family, and then they'll start paying them.
You then say, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable. They also weren't disguised. Again, you say 10 seconds later, this is not how it's done. What are you reiterating over and over and over to your mom?
Is that these people aren't hiding who they are. And for 2 years, I was not given a name. I wasn't given phone numbers. These people have traceable devices. They're not hiding. It's not done like this. This is different. And then they kept saying, well, what if you're wrong? And that's what kept me looking into it.
Then we go to T. And by the way, T, just to be clear, S was a call with your mom, and that call is at 4:00 p.m. It lasts 15 minutes long. And then T is at 4:33 p.m. of the same day. And this was the first call you had with Katie after you met with her, right?
Yeah.
Again, Katie is talking about a client and property, right?
Yes, she is.
And she asks you for a number. Did you have the number on you?
No.
How were you going to get the number?
I figured I'd just call my mom up and see if she had the phone number. I'd get it for Katie.
And on you, you try to get the number from your mom, right?
Yes, I called her.
And did your mom have the number?
No, she said that she had given it to me.
Everyone okay? Technology. Okay. Let's move on to W. Actually, we'll skip W. Now we go to the next day. The next day, you have a call with Katherine. This is X. You have a call with Katherine Magbanua at 10:42 in the morning. And to kind of spur your memory so that we don't have to play it again, this is the Drake call.
Oh.
Do you recall that call?
I recall it.
Okay. And during this call, there's some discussion about helping her out with a vacation. What was that about?
She had asked me, and it's on the wires before the bump. She wanted to go down to the Keys, and there's a place that I would stay at that I have a connection to, and I could get a room really inexpensive. So she had reached out to me if whether or not I could call up and get that connection for her. And I said, you know what, I'm going to pay for it for you. So I said, wherever you go, I'm going to take care of it.
Judge, can we briefly go sidebar again?
Very briefly.
Very
Please
briefly.
approach.
Anybody else think this is a long day? Long and brutal day? And whether or not the jury is even listening at this point? That's the problem when you get into a long-winded, monotonous question and answer without photos, graphs, something for the jury to look at. And it's extremely long. And even if you're making points, they're not going to be caught by the jury. Even Rashbaum is in a monotone pace at this point, and everyone is waiting to go home. So he may not be making the points he thinks, which happens quite often.
Now, one of the calls that's in evidence but was not played yesterday is why, and that's a call to your mom your mom calls you at 12:25 p.m. On the 27th. There's some discussion about Miami Heat tickets. Do you recall that call?
Yes. I do.
Okay. Rather than play the whole call, let me just ask you some questions to see if you remember it.
Sure.
Do you recall offering your parents Miami Heat tickets?
Yeah.
Playoffs.
I knew somebody who wanted to sell their tickets, so I wanted to see if they wanted to go.
And they did not want to go, right?
Yeah, they didn't want to go.
And why didn't they want to go?
They were still really upset about being extorted and the letter that came to the house on Monday. This was the day after my dad took the day off of work and didn't go to work.
And again, what do you repeatedly tell your parents on this call?
I tell them that it's not done like this, that this is basically, I tell them it's not the same people and that you have nothing to worry about.
Do you talk to them about the location they live and the timing of when the bump occurred?
Yeah, this is that call.
And what do you recall telling them about the location where they live and the timing of the bump?
What I was saying is that they live in a very small, safe area. For somebody to do that in the middle of the day, it makes me think that it's even more the police, because it would be so easy for them to get caught doing something. It's almost like these people don't care about getting caught.
Okay, so let's briefly recap before we go on. The letter comes on the 25th, right?
Yes.
And no one makes any payment.
No.
The bump had happened on the 19th and a week before, and no one made any payment, right?
No.
What's the next escalation point on April 28th? What happens next? What do the police do next?
The guy that came up to my mom on the street and wrote the letter to the house is now looking for her at work and calling her place of work and calling the office looking for her.
So, and this is, I believe, State Exhibit 107. Okay. Now, you're not on this call, right?
No, I think the guy called Erica.
Okay. And what happens after this call?
Is this the one where the undercover calls Erica?
Undercover calls Erica, and does someone call you after the undercover calls Erica?
Yeah, he said to Erica that I gave Mrs. Adelson some important papers last week, and she knows what this is about. She needs to call me. So then Erica called my mom and told her about this person that called the office, and my mom was scared because now they're tracking her down at work. And she called me up and she was really shaken.
Now, during this period of time, what had Katherine Magbanua been telling you about her calling the number?
She said she called the number and she called another number and nobody picked up.
So your mom calls you, and that's Z, correct? That's Z on April 28th at 9:42 a.m. And why did you tell your mom during that call that it's odd that the guy called the office? What was odd about it?
It was odd that he called the office because Katie had been telling me she's been calling the number. So it's odd that the guy's not picking up, but yet he's making phone calls.
After that call, there are a series of calls where you try to reach Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes,
Why are you trying to reach her?
because I just heard that the guy's calling the office, and she said she'd called and the guy wasn't picking up, or she may have told me it was a non-working number. And I was driving into the office at the time, and I had limited time to try to handle this before I got into the office. It became really busy.
Call AA, they played, the state played for the jury. That's a voicemail where you say, hey, it's me, it's important, call me, bye. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, BB is on April 28th at 10:43 in the morning, and she calls you back, correct?
Yes, she called me back.
What does Katie, if you remember, and I can play it for you if you need it, what does Katie first tell you about the phone number when you call her back, when she calls you back?
She says it's a non-working number, and that it's a Gmail number, and it's been called 100 times.
What do you understand her to be saying when she says it's a non-working number?
That like when you call a number, it rings, and then you hear like a long beep, and that no one's able to pick it up, and it's not an active line.
Later in this call, BB, she then tells you that she's been calling the number and it just rings. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
When she tells you that, how do you feel?
I know she's lying to me because it's either going to be non-working or it's ringing. It can't be both. And the guy's calling the office. So.
And at that point in time, I think Miss Kappelman termed it as things got stressful. You started to get upset with her, right?
Yeah, I know she's lying to me.
And as you're finding out that she's lying to you, what do you start to think?
I start to think that this could be Sigfredo, and that's why she's kind of covering and not wanting to come meet me when I keep asking her to come meet me. I think she found out that it's him, and she's just BSing me.
Now, at some point after the argument in the middle of the call, you soften and you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Why do you do that?
Because at that point, I want her to know that like I'm on your side. I'm not trying to set you up. I'm not turning anybody in. Like, I know you're innocent. I had nothing to do with this. I know you had nothing to do with it, but I need your help. And that's why I'm calling her, is for help.
At the end of the call, what does she tell you she'll do? What does she tell you to do?
At the end of the call, she says, you call for that number. I'm like, fine, I'll call me. I don't know any of these people. I don't think anyone's going to be afraid of me. But at this point, I don't care. I said, you know what? Let me just call the number, and when I get to the office and I have a break, I'm going to call them.
Now, does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Does she tell you, make sure you don't call from your cell phone?
No.
Does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call, make sure you call from a landline?
No.
And you call from your cell phone, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, before you call from your cell phone, you do *67. Why did you do *67?
In the event that it's a bad guy, I thought it would prevent him from having my cell phone number.
By the way, in DD, when you're going back and forth, because there's some calls between you and her trying to get the number and seeing if the caller ID, if there's caller ID at the dental practice. She says to you, you want me to call from my fucking phone, and you say, I can care less where you call from. And she says, exactly. Why do you not care where either of you are calling from?
Because if it's the police, it's fine. I'm worried about if it's not the police.
And why do you think that it doesn't matter where she calls from?
Because I don't think she's involved in the extortion of me or the murder of Dan Markel.
At 1:51, a minute and 51 seconds into DD. And again, DD is that same morning, April 28th. You say to her, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. You're talking about calling on your phone. Quote, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. Why do you not care about anyone hearing what you're talking about?
Because we weren't involved in a murder. You know, we're trying to figure out who's behind the second extortion and if my family's in any danger. If it's the police, let them listen in. That's fine.
Now I want to play FF, and that's the call to the undercover.
Okay.
Hello?
Hola, diga. Hello, diga.
Hi, who is this?
Who's this?
Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
In reference to what, man?
Someone by the name of Sammy called.
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
I don't know Tato.
You don't know Tato? I'm
No.
sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
I don't know who you are.
You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend, because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
All right, let me look into things.
No more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
Now, in hours and hours of The Wire, this is probably the quietest you've ever been. Why?
I was looking to get information from him. I wasn't looking to give him any information about me or anything. And he was pretty scary too. I was talking to him on the phone.
Now, when he starts speaking and he says things like in reference to and do the right thing, what did that make you believe?
He sounded educated. He didn't sound like a Latin King gang member.
And after this call, going to GG, you have an 11-minute call with Katie, correct?
I do, yeah.
Now, you're not very good with names, are you?
I'm horrible with names.
So on that 11-minute call, not only do you again get the names Tuto and Tato confused, but now you start calling this undercover, whose name is Sammy, Simon, right?
Yeah, I changed his name by accident.
Did you do it on purpose to hide anything?
No, I'm just bad with names.
Now, you say to Katie that you told him you don't even know who these people are and you don't know what he's talking about. Why is it important for you to tell Katie that?
Well, because I don't want Katie to think that I'm trying to set her up or set her friends up, and I'm keeping quiet. But at the same time, I'm going to her for help, and I'm letting her know, like, the guy picked up the phone call as soon as I called him.
There's some conversation on this call about her working at the office. Did Katie ever work at your office?
No, never.
So when she brings up on this call working at your office, why do you kind of just say, yeah, you're a great worker at the office, or whatever you say? Why do you not say, Katie, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked at the office.
Yeah, if I would have talked bluntly and said you don't work at the office and what the checks were for and that she was cashing them, she would have known I was setting her up or setting her friends up.
You say things on the call like, I might have the wrong Katie. It might be another Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because when I called her back, she got like really quiet, like almost like she sounded like she wasn't trusting me, and almost like she was suspecting me of trying to set her and her friends up. And that's why I really pushed to say, like, hey, I'm not setting you up, and talk to her like that.
What was all that you cared about at this point in time?
I just wanted the extortion to stop.
And when you say you just wanted the extortion to stop, who were you worried about? What were you worried about?
Well, I was worried that, my parents were really upset. I was worried that my parents were going to go to the police and cash the second extortion, or go to the police and end up having to tell them about what happened to me in the first place. And then I was going to have to worry about the original extortion coming after me. And at this point, I know that it involves the head of the Latin Kings and Sigfredo Garcia. And I wasn't going to talk to the police.
You talked to her about the guy coming up with details. What details did he come up with on this call?
He knew about payment.
You specifically tell her that he mentioned her name, or a Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because I'm letting her know this involves you. Like, I need your help, but this guy has details that are wrong, but he has details.
And on this call and some others, what do you tell her about your parents?
I tell her that my parents are close to going to the police to try to get her to help me.
Now, does Katie have any idea at this point in time, any idea whatsoever, that your mom had known for 21 months about the original extortion?
No, that's what I've been lying to Katie about and telling her that my parents have no idea what happened to me. And I just tell them it's a long story and I can't talk about it.
Okay. Exhibit II is already in evidence. On that call, it's a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie is filling Sigfredo in, correct?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And on that call, 1 minute and 47 seconds into the call, she says to Sigfredo, and like they're very, very close to reporting it already. What is she talking about?
She's letting him know what I've been telling her is that my parents are going to go to the police if you can't get these friends of yours to either stop and contact them.
I want to take a couple seconds and dissect this statement. You understand that the state's theory is that Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera conspired not only with you, but also with your sister and your parents to kill Professor Markel. You understand that, right?
That's their theory.
And you understand that here, Katie is telling Sigfredo, I'm worried that they're going to go to the police. She's not telling it to you. She's telling it to Sigfredo Garcia. Is that what's happening here?
That's exactly what's happening.
Now, the state, you've heard it in this trial, says Katie tried to silo people, right? Nonetheless, Katie is telling Sigfredo that the very people that, according to the state, are co-conspirators for are going to go to the police and report what? Does it make any sense?
No, not at all.
I'm going to go to JJ now. And that's the same day at 1:46. About 15 minutes later, Sigfredo Garcia calls Katie back. And during this call, he says he's going to get rid of his phone. And Katie tells him not to call from his phone or from the office. Because he says, what does he say he's going to do?
I think he's going to call the person who's extorting my family.
Now, before this point in time, Katie has told you that he and she, or at least she, has called the number how many times?
She said it's been called 100 times. She said it's non-working. It's a Gmail number.
Moving to later in the day, LL. This is a call between you and Katie. The call begins with her again saying that she called the number. Did you find out later through discovery that she never called the number?
Yeah, many years later, I found out.
She then says that Sigfredo Garcia left a message. Did you find out in discovery that no message was ever left?
Yeah, they were lying. I found out years later.
Now, during this call, by the way, did you know they were lying at the time?
No, I thought she was telling me the truth.
During this call, you say, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have somebody to get back at. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Why did you tell her that?
I wanted to let her know that I'm not going to the police and I'm not turning anybody in.
On a later call, do you recall saying what you thought the police could do to protect you?
I think I thought the police couldn't protect me.
Do you recall saying to Katie, I'll give you a secret?
Can I inquire what call we're referencing?
I'll move on, Your Honor. We'll do it tomorrow.
You got a few more minutes. You might as well make use of it while you got it.
I got other stuff to do today.
Go ahead.
There's discussions on some of these calls about meeting Katie. Did you ever meet her?
No, last time I saw her was that Monday, April 25th.
Now we get to 00, and that's the same day in the evening, and it's a call with your mom. And to refresh your memory on the call so that I don't have to play the whole thing, the call starts with you saying, I'd rather not talk on the phone, and then you talk on the phone for 41 minutes. Do you recall that?
I do.
You say to your mom not to worry, that you're 99% sure of it. What are you sure of?
I'm sure it's the police.
Why are you so sure of it at this point in time?
Because I'd spoken to the undercover, and when I spoke to him, I realized this is obviously not Sigfredo Garcia. And the way the guy spoke on the phone, and again, how different he was than how a real Latin king would be. He's not who he says he is. And at that point, I feel very strongly it's the police at that point.
And again, you describe why you don't think it's a real extortion, right?
Yeah.
For the same reasons that we've gone over and over today, correct?
Yes.
Your mom says that they're barking up the wrong tree. Why? What did you understand her to mean when she said they're barking up the wrong tree?
Well, they think it's a murder for hire. They don't realize that it was an extortion on our end.
And your mom says 24 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, I just hope they don't go and bother Wendy. And you respond that Wendy was scared from day one. She is just getting over this. What is Wendy just getting over?
The murder of her ex-husband.
But according to the state, Wendy Adelson is a co-conspirator with you in her ex-husband's murder.
The state's wrong. Wrong about a lot of things.
And in fact, you then go on to explain again that Wendy is just getting over the tragedy. This is the second time that you have described Professor Markel's murder as a tragedy, right? On the wires.
Yeah.
The first time was nearly a week before the bump.
It was.
$33 and 40 seconds into the call. And this was not played for the jury yesterday. You say they got theories out there. Someone thinks that our family paid for this to be done. What are you saying here?
I'm saying it's the police, and their theory is they think it was a murder for hire, and that's why they're investigating it the way they're doing it, and they're pretending to be gang members who are coming back for more money.
Going back to Dolce Vita.
Mhm.
You're aware Dolce Vita is, according to the state, the final straw that led to your arrest, right?
Yeah.
Going back to Dolce Vita, did you say something very similar to this in Dolce Vita?
Yeah.
What did you say in Dolce Vita?
I said that they only know part of the story, where they think they know part of the story. And
what do they think?
They think it was a murder for hire. And
What was it?
It was an extortion.
Going to the next day.
Surprised he didn't end on that
PP,
point. That's the only thing the
which is
jury
in
heard.
evidence but was not published to the jury. I want to play a portion of it.
I've had a couple boyfriends,
Yeah.
but something out.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
You say it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Yeah.
What are you saying here?
I'm saying I think it's a copycat extorter off of the first extorters. So the second is copying the first.
And who did you think that copycat was?
I thought the copycat could have been somebody from Luis Rivera, somebody that he may have known or known what he did, and now they're trying to do an extortion of their own, be a copycat.
And if it isn't a copycat, who still did you think it was most likely at this point in time?
I thought it was most likely the police if it wasn't a copycat.
By the way, 22 minutes into that call, PP, there's reference to a jet ski incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What jet ski incident are you talking about?
When I went to pick Katie up to go jet skiing July 1st, and Sigfredo cut in front of me and slammed on his brakes and got out of the car and started threatening me in the street. And then started leaving threatening messages on my dad's phone that night.
Judge, I'm about to move on to the next day. Would you like me to do that?
If you can stop it within 5 minutes, your next line of questioning.
I think it goes a little longer than that.
Very well. Members of the jury, we're going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage. Do not seek any information about the case. We'll resume tomorrow at 8:45. Please report by 8:30 and have a good evening. You may step down, Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated. Briefly go over the schedule for tomorrow. From here, how much more examination do you believe you have, Mr. Rashbaum?
Judge, I'm getting pretty far. I would say I think I have maybe an hour left.
Very well. Ms. Kappelman, after your cross-examination, does the state have any rebuttal witnesses that you intend to put on?
Not, Your Honor.
Very well. Will the defense have any additional witnesses after Mr. Adelson?
Most likely not. We will have a redirect.
You will. How much time you spend with it, that's up to you. That if the state is not going to put on any rebuttal, then at that point, we'll probably be able to go into the charge conference. I've been editing the instructions that I've sent, at least the initial draft, to you all. I would expect it would go fairly quickly, but as we'll see. Yes, sir.
May we briefly go sidebar to discuss one brief issue?
You can.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was on mute. So the trial goes on here. This is where the trial begins on cross-examination. I thought the funniest part of this whole day was when they were going on and on and on. And the judge says, how much longer do you have? And he goes, well, I see you have your script. I thought that was hilarious. Even the judge knows it's a script. The judge knew it was all pre-rehearsed. The judge knows what this is. Everyone in the
We're in
courtroom knows what this
recess.
is.
Please report by 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.
This is a well-orchestrated, rehearsed testimony by the defense. And the question is going to be, will it withstand the cross-examination by Georgia Kappelman? He had no passion in his defense. It was all reading and reciting. And you still don't hear me? I guess, am I on or not? I guess I am. People say they can't hear me, but am
Hey,
I on?
Tim. Yeah,
Oh.
we hear you. You're
Oh,
good. You're good.
all right. In my article tomorrow, I write in there, while it may be a silk purse today, it may be a sow's ear after cross-examination by a seasoned, well-trained prosecutor. I think he may have carried the day, maybe by Chinese torture. I think he lost the jury a lot. It took too long. It was too scripted. It was too monotonous. It was too boring. He needed to break it up. He needed to keep their attention. He should have thrown in a couple exhibits, something to keep the jury alive and awake. He was doing the calls. He could have played the calls. He could have stopped the calls and say, what does this mean? What does that mean? That's more effective than just playing a call that they've already heard. They've heard it once. They don't need to hear it again unless you're going to give a different explanation. That's a little more, you got to get the jury involved. The gallery was asleep. I wanted to go to sleep. My ribs wanted to go to sleep. It was a monotonous direct examination. I disagree. He's got 4 hurdles. I put in my article tomorrow, if you see it in the Democrat. One of the hurdles, let me see if I can get to them. Let's see. For this defense, first, he's got to convince the jury that his coded language with Magbanua that happened 2 years after the murder was, and especially after she'd stolen $100,000 from him. Second, that his coded conversations with his mother aren't suspect, which is, I believe, suspect. Third, you have to sell that Garcia and Rivera, who didn't know these people, had never been to Tallahassee, had no money for resources, could find this guy and kill him. And that's not happening. You saw what happened. This guy couldn't even remember the phone call. And fourth, you have to get over the reasonable common sense. Why didn't Wendy know about it? Why wouldn't they tell Wendy about this so-called extortion? You're not going to tell her, this close-knit family, but you're going to let her move back and her kids back to where the murderers and the blackmailers live? Is that reasonable? Or is it more likely he got charged, came up with this defense, told nobody about it in the family? That's why their family are not witnesses. And she didn't know about it for 15 minutes before she took the stand. This is nothing but a contrived, well-orchestrated, prepared, created defense that I believe Georgia is going to have a field day with. We'll see. He looked pretty good today. He looked cocky, confident, and we'll see what he does in cross-examination. You know, your kids, I've got kids, they can tell you a story. You know, you tell you the story and you believe it. And then you start asking some questions, and the more questions you ask, not that my kids are liars, that they were teenagers, like every kid, but a friend can tell you a story. And they tell you a story, and you start to ask a couple of questions, and before you know it, you're like, none of that adds up. None of that makes sense. And I think that's what's going to happen tomorrow. She's going to say, you want this jury to believe? You want this jury to believe? You want us to believe this and that? And I think if she goes through it line by line, he's going to get a little frazzled, and we might see the real Charlie Adelson, not the metamorphosis we saw today. So I know we're doing a show today, 6:15. Sorry if I'm a little animated. My back is hurting and my ribs hurt. I just couldn't take that. It was just so monotonous. But hopefully you'll join us the show. I think it's at 6:15 tonight. And
Hi, Tim. Yeah, the show is at 6:15. And again, we just wanted to take the time to thank you for being with us, even with 5 broken ribs. We appreciate you and your commentary. And definitely take a break since you don't have that much time until the STS show begins. But for
Okay.
all of you guys that want to watch the show, it does begin at 6:15. We're also redirecting you. So if you stay on this, it will redirect you to the new show at 6:15. Thank you to everyone. If you have not subscribed, please do it. Hit the like button. We appreciate all of you guys being here for a very, 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 very long day today.
do I need this? Can I just leave this on and I'll get on? Or should I hit the other?
It's a different link. I'll
Okay.
text you, Tim. Okay.
All right. Bye.
All right. Thank you.